the moon. I might cough a little bit because there's, like, I'm allergic to something that's coming through the window. I think, and my throat's really itching. The moon. The planet was encircled by a ring of ice chunks in an enormous but unstable sheet. The calculations made by Field and Lobianco immediately before the plunge of the Eurytus turned out to be correct. Having one large and three lesser divisions due to perturbation caused by Quinta's moon, the ring could last no more than 1,000 years, since it increased its diameter while at the same time losing mass. The outer rim was widened by centrifugal forces, the inner from atmospheric friction, turned into melting fragments and vapor, so that a portion of the water thrown into space by methods unknown returned to the planet in a never-ending rain. It was hard to believe that the Quintans had intentionally provided themselves with a downpour worthy of the flood. The ring had initially contained 3 to 4 trillion tons of ice. Each year it lost many billions. In this lay a series of mysteries. The ring interfered with the climate of the entire planet. Besides the heavy rains its mighty shadow fell across during the planet's revolution around the sun, now the northern, now the southern hemisphere, the ring reflected away the light of the sun, not only lowering the average temperature but also disturbing the circulation of the trade winds in the atmosphere. The border regions on both sides of the shadow seethed with storms and cyclones. If the inhabitants lowered the level of the ocean, surely they possessed sufficient power to give the upward water a waterfall in reverse, double the speed, thereby sending the masses of ice beyond the vicinity of the globe so that they would either melt or evaporate the sun without a trace, or in the form of ice meteors, vanish among the asteroids. With insufficient power, the planners would not have attempted the job in the first place, knowing that it would be bungled. Predicting the collapse was a simple elementary task. It was not an error in planetary engineering, therefore, but something else that had halted the work begun many years before. This conclusion seemed inescapable. The ring, a flat disk with a hole that had a diameter of 15,000 kilometers inside which spun the girdled planet, was made up of hunks of ice in the middle belts, but of polarized crystals of ice on the outer edges, and that too must have been by design. In a word, the ring was controlled in motion and shape from the very beginning. It was guided into the plane of the equator, that being stationary, but on the inside, above the equator, it became chaotic and formless. Altogether it looked like a space structure half completed and abandoned. Why? From the oceans rose 2 large continents and 1 smaller. The smaller was about 3 times the area of Australia, since it lay at the northern polar circle. The crew called it Northstralia. The infrascope discovered warmer areas on the continents, but non-seismic. Perhaps these were the thermal wastes of great power plants. They were not stations that used mined materials like oil or coal, nor did they use fuels of the nuclear type. The former would have betrayed themselves with air pollution. The latter with radioactive ash. Earth, in the earthly phase of atomic energy production, had had no small problem with the safe removal of such ash, but for engineers able to throw a part of the ocean up out of the gravitational sink, ejecting radio wastes would have been child's play. Yet the ice of the ring showed no trace of radioactivity. Either the Quintans had developed another form of nuclear energetics, or else they had a totally different energetics. But what kind? In the wake of the planet stretched a tail of gas, abundant in water vapor that came mainly from the ring. The Hermes, hanging in stationary orbit behind Sexta, a planet like Mare but larger, with a dense atmosphere poisoned by continual volcanic exhaustions, exhalations, and compounds of cyanide, sent out 6 probes to observe Quinta. These beamed back data continuously. From the data, Deuce composed a detailed picture of the planet. The most curious thing was the radio noise. At least several hundred powerful transmitters operated on the large landmasses. With no apparent phase or frequency modulation, their emission was chaotic white noise. The antennas could be precisely located. They were directional or isotropic, as if the Quintans had decided to jam all channels of electromagnetic communication from the shortest wavelengths to those of a kilometer. They could communicate only by lines, wires, cables. But what was the purpose of the noise, which took gigawatts to produce? Even more curious, the curiosities of the planet multiplied with observation. Were the artificial satellites. They numbered almost 1,000,000, in high and low orbits, some of which were nearly circular and some elliptical, with aphelions reaching far beyond the moon. The probes of the Hermes also noted satellites in their own vicinity, and a few were 8 to 10 million kilometers out. The satellites differed considerably in size and mass. The largest were probably empty, unguided space balloons. Some had collapsed when their gases escaped. Every few days, one of these lifeless satellites collided with the ring of ice, creating an impressive sight with lightning flashes, every color of the rainbow, since the sun's rays were diffracted in resultant cloud of ice crystals. Such a cloud dispersed slowly in space. On the other hand, the active satellites, active in what they moved in determined orbits that required constant course corrections and changed shape in an incomprehensible way like enormous rolls of metal foil, never collided with Quinton's ring. The three-dimensional map of the satellites, holographically made, at first glance resembled a giant swarm of bees, hornets, and microscopic flies circling the planet. But this many-layered throng was not randomly distributed. One immediately saw basic patterns in it. The satellites in the near orbits frequently traveled in groups of 2 or 3, and the others, particularly in the stationary region, where each body was synchronous with the surface of the globe, moved toward and away from the sun, as in the figures of a dance. As the locational measurements came pouring in, Deuce made a system of coordinates, a kind of composite of spherical graphs, distinguishing the dead satellites from the live, or those drifting passively from those controlled or self-controlled, was an extremely difficult task. In the equation were many microscopic masses, all moving in the field of gravity of the large masses of Quinta and Quinta's moon and sun. Then the picture was sharpened, revealing a myriad of rocket and satellite remains. These frequently fell sunward. Some had the shape of toroids, donuts, from which jutted thread-like spikes. The largest, halfway between the planet and its moon, showed some activity. The spikes were Doppler antennas, and their emission, filtered out from the background noise of the planet, could be isolated as noise in the shortest ultra-radio wavelengths. A part of this noise dropped to hard Roentgen radiation, which did not reach the surface of Quinta because the atmosphere absorbed it. Each day, Deuce added to the information acquired. Nakamura, Poissar, Rotmont, and Stiergard racked their brains over this riddle composed of riddles, but the pilots did not enter into the scientific debates. They had formed their own opinion, in a nutshell, that Quinta was a planet of engineers afflicted with some mania, or that, more bluntly, SETI had invested billions and lifted mountains in order to find a civilization gone berserk. But the pilots, too, sensed method in this madness. What came to mind was an image of radio warfare taken to the point of absurdity, when no one any longer transmitted anything because each side drowned out the other. The physicists tried to assist Deuce with hypotheses alien to humanity. Perhaps the inhabitants of Quinta differed anatomically and physiologically from us in so fundamental a way that pictures and speech were replaced for them by other non-acoustic, non-visual senses or codes. Tactile, olfactory, a perception connected with gravity, and perhaps the noise was a transmission of energy and not of information. Perhaps the information was sent in wave-carrying fluxes, not detectable by astrophysics. Perhaps, instead of continuing to filter in every possible way this seemingly senseless electromagnetic roar, one should overhaul completely the whole analytical program. Deuce replied with its customary dryness and patience, knowing much about human emotions it experienced none itself. If the noise is a transmission of energy, there must exist receiving stations which must let escape a certain minimum amount. A loss for 100% efficiency is impossible. But on the planet, there are no receiving devices to be seen that are proportional to the power broadcast. Part of the power able to pass through the atmosphere is aimed at many of the orbiters, but other orbiters jam this directed radiation and do so completely. It is as if a great crowd of people wishes to converse, but they all speak at once, raising their voices more and more. Even if each of the speakers has great wisdom, the resultant is a choral howl. Second, if certain bands are used for communication, they can appear as white noise if the channels of transmission are totally filled. But the quantum noise possesses a curious quality. It is not absolute chaos, rather it is the product of opposing emissions. Each transmitter holds exactly to wavelength. Other transmitters either jam the first or dampen it by reversing the amplitude in phase. Deuce illustrated for them this electromagnetic state of affairs by shifting the radio spectra to the visible zone. The white, tranquil face of the planet was replaced by a scene of multicolored vibrations. When Deuce made the coherent emitters green, their transmitters white, and the counter emitters purple, Quinta became a variegated ball of contending hues. Spreading purple engulfed the relays, reddening their white, and at the same time green flooded in. A blurring spiderweb of color ensued. At times one color would peak, then immediately fade away. Meanwhile, data were coming in from the probes that had been sent to reconnoiter Quinta's moon. Of the five, two had disappeared. It was not known how. At the periselenium, a point not visible from the Hermes, Steergard reprimanded Harak for his carelessness. Harak had neglected to send a reserve behind the patrol. I don't know why I was thinking it was going to be a different word, which would have made constant monitoring of it possible even on the other side of the moon. Three probes, however, had flown around the planet's satellite. Unable to break through the thicket of noise with a signal, they transmitted the pictures they had taken using a coded laser. At first, the information was so crowded that a single impulse in a nanosecond contained 1,000 bits. After less than a minute of this emission, Deuce announced that from the Aposelenium, three Quinton orbiters, unnoticed until now because they were so small, were approaching the probes. Deuce discovered them from the heat their engines gave off at a starting and by their acceleration according to the Doppler effect. Nothing indicated that in order to intercept the patrol had been issued from the planet. There really would not have been time for that. The heated points now moved on a collision course. The captain ordered evasive action. The three-membered patrol then threw off its dummy exteriors, jettisoning before it a great quantity of metal foil and balloons, which had not fooled the interceptors. The patrol expelled a mist of sodium and shot oxygen into it, creating a fireball. The moment the Quinton rockets disappeared in it, the probes emerged from the burning cloud in a spiral, and instead of making for the ship, crashed into each other head-on, and were thus atomized. Steergard pulled in all the observational probes from their orbiting positions, and Deuce played back the results of the reconnaissance. On the opposite hemisphere of the moon, barren and plowed with craters, a small flame possessing the spectrum of nuclear plasma went back and forth so rapidly that if the necessary concentrated magnetic field had not been holding it in rein, the thing would have flown off into space and been instantly extinguished. What was it that traveled back and forth there between two ancient craters at a velocity of 60 kilometers per second? What was this ignis fatuus? Druce assured them that the planet had not discovered the Hermes presence and therefore was not tracking it. There was no indication of tracking. Using Sexta's atmosphere as a lens for the radioscopes, Druce had recorded the constant noise, the crackling that could be heard over it, which was caused by satellites striking the shield of ice. There was a difference of opinion about what to do next. The men did not want to announce their arrival to the Quintans. The camouflage must remain in place until they figured out at least one of the multitude of mysteries. They debated whether to send an unmanned lander to the far side of the moon or to take the ship itself there. About the odds of success for either alternative, Deuce knew about as much as the crew, nothing. The auscultation performed by the patrol suggested that the moon was uninhabited. It did have an atmosphere, though 1.5 times as massive as Earth's moon. It was unable to hold it, and the atmosphere's composition presented still another puzzle: noble gases, argon, krypton, and xenon, with a trace of helium. Without an artificial source to replenish it, the atmosphere would have escaped in the course of a few hundred years. Even clearer evidence of engineering was the plasma flame. But the moon was silent. It also did not have a magnetic field. Steergard decided to land with the ship. If any beings were there, they would be underground, far below the rocky crust riddled with craters and calderas. The frozen seas of lava gleamed in a circle of streaks radiating like meridian lines from the largest crater. They would land, but first turn the Hermes into a comet. Out of the valves in the hole that opened along the sides came a foam like from tanks. Inflated by injections of gas, the foam surrounded the entire vessel with a large cocoon of irregular hardened bubbles. The Hermes, like a pit in a fruit, lay in a spongy mass of globules. Even from up close it looked like an elongated chunk of rock covered with craters. The burst of bubbles made the surface resembled the crust of an asteroid bombarded for centuries by dust clouds and meteors. The drive, indispensable, would be the tail of the comet, which, as it approached the perihelion, would always be directed away from the sun, an illusion created by the drive deflectors. A precise spectral analysis would have revealed, of course, a pulse and composition of gases not found in any comet, but nothing could be done about that. The Hermes moved with hyperbolic velocity from Sexta to the orbit of Quinta. Such high-speed comets did exist, though they were rare. Coming from outside the solar system, after 2 weeks of flight, it braked behind the moon and sent out manipulators with television eyes. The illusion of an old battered rock was perfect. Only under a hard blow would the fake stone give elasticality like a balloon. The landing itself could not be disguised. As the ship entered the moon's atmosphere, stern first, her fire burned away the covering over the nozzles. The rest was done by atmospheric friction. The red-hot camouflage was torn away, and the naked metal colossus bearing down on the flames beneath it settled on 6 outspread legs, testing the strength of the ground first with a series of fired shells. For a while, pieces of the burned covering rained around the ship. When this stopped, the men examined their surroundings from horizon to horizon. They were separated from the plasma pendulum by the bulging ridge of a large crater. At the prevailing pressure of 400 hectopascals, one could use copters for reconnaissance by air, overt reconnaissance. Thus began a game with rules as yet unknown, though the stake was known. The copters sent in a group of 8 over a 1,000-mile circle went unmolested. From the pictures, a map was made encompassing an area of 8,000 square kilometers around the point of touchdown. It was the map of a typical airless globe, with a random distribution of craters, half filled with volcanic tuff, except in the northeast, where the magnetostats were perpetuating a moving sphere of fire. The sphere sped above the rocky ground, which had been melted along its path into a hot, shallow canyon. The copters re-entered this region and took measurements and spectral analyses, both in the air and upon landing. One of them intentionally where was I? Approached the sphere before it was consumed. It recorded the sphere's exact temperature and radiant power, on the order of 1 trillion joules. The sphere was fed and guided by an alternating magnetic field that reached 10 to 10th power Gauss. Steergard, taking soundings of the substratum of the canyon, had Deuce make a diagram of the network discovered there, which had junctions and numerous vertical shafts that went deep into the lithosphere. He did not appear surprised by this. The purpose of the giant installation was unclear. There is no doubt, however, that the work had been abandoned while in full swing. All the entrances leading to galleries and shafts had been closed off, or rather, buried with explosive charges, the heavy machinery having first been thrown deep into the tunnels and wells. The plasma microsun was fed by thermoelectric transformers through a system of magneto-conduits that drew energy from the depths of the asthenosphere, about 50 kilometers beneath the outer mantle of the lunar crust. Although he did send heavy all-terrain striders into that area to gather additional data and waited impatiently for their return, he gave orders for prompt takeoff. The physicists, fascinated with the sublunar energy complex, would have been glad to stay longer and perhaps even to open up the stopped tunnels. Steergard refused. The captured satellites were incomprehensible. The construction begun in this desolate place with such vigor was incomprehensible, and even more incomprehensible, if incomprehensibility had degrees, was the abandonment of that work, as if in the panic of an evacuation. He did not say this to them. The thought that occurred to him he kept to himself. Any detailed study of an alien technology was futile. Its fragments, like pieces of a broken mirror, would not yield a coherent picture. They were the indistinct result only of the thing that had shattered it. The answer lay not in the tools of the civilization, but in the civilization itself. Thinking this, he felt the full weight of the task entrusted to him. Over the intercom, Arago asked if he could see him. Yes, but make it quick. We take off in less than an hour, he said, not delighted about the visit. Arago appeared immediately. I hope I'm not in your way. You are, Reverend Father, in my way. Steergard did not rise, pointing to a chair. However, in view of the nature of our mission, I'm at your service. I have no special authorization and am no ambassador extraordinary. I was assigned my place as you are yours, the Dominican quietly replied, with one difference. On my decisions, nothing hinges. On yours, everything hinges. I know that. The inhabitants of this planet are like a living organism. One may study it as much as one likes, but one cannot ask it the sense of its existence. A jellyfish wouldn't answer, but a man? Steergard looked at him intently now, as if expecting something important. A man, yes, but not mankind. Jellyfish are not answerable, but each one of us is, for what we do. I see what you're driving at. The Reverend Father wants to know what course of action I've decided to take. Yes, we are coming out in the open. Asking to talk? Yes. If they cannot meet this request? Steergard rose, disturbed. Arago had penetrated to what he was concealing. Standing so close to the monk that he practically touched his knees, he asked softly, What else can we do? Arago got up, straightened, reached for the man's right hand and clasped it. It's in good hands, he said, and left. A moment. An annunciation. The captain put the ship, again enveloped in its mask, into stationary orbit around the moon above the hemisphere not visible from Quinta, and one by one called in his comrades to ask them how they assessed the situation and what they would do in his place. The difference in the conjectures was tremendous. The difference in the conjectures was tremendous. Nakamura espoused the cosmic hypothesis. The level of Quintan technology bespoke the existence of a fully developed astronomy for many years. Zeta and its planets were traveling through an inter-arm expansion of the galactic spiral, and in some 5,000 years would come perilously close to Hades. It was not possible to determine the critical passage exactly because of the insoluble problem of the mutual interaction of many masses, but any non-catastrophic passage past the collapsar had low probability. Thus, the threatened civilization was attempting to save itself. Various projects had been undertaken. For example, resettling on the moon, turning it into a navigable planet, and moving to the system of Eta Harpiae, which was a mere 4 light-years away, and more to the point, was heading in the opposite direction from the collapsar. During the initial phase of the implementation of this project, the resources of energy and knowledge might turn out to be insufficient. It is also possible that one part of the civilization, one block of nations, was in favor of the project while another opposed it. It was well known that experts in different fields rarely reached full agreement in the face of a particularly complex and difficult problem. Another project might be immigration or astronomical flight. This idea would precipitate a crisis. The population of Quinta would surely number in the billions, and there would not be shipyards enough to build a fleet able to carry out an exodus of everyone from the planetary cradle. To use a terrestrial analogy, the individual countries would differ considerably in industrial potential. Those in the vanguard would build a space fleet for themselves and at the same time abandon the lunar operations. Perhaps the ones who labored in the shipyards, believing that the rescue vessels were not destined for them, resorted to acts of sabotage. Perhaps this gave rise to repression, rioting, anarchy, and a radio war of propaganda. And so this project, too, would be halted in its preliminary stage, and the multitude of satellites wandering the system would constitute its aborted remains. Although Nakamura's assessment of the situation was extremely hypothetical, it was not without value. Therefore, he urged, it was necessary to establish communication with Quintas quickly. Sidereal engineering shown to its inhabitants might save them. Palasar, acquainted with Japanese's idea, felt that the facts had been twisted and stretched to support the thesis of planetary immigration. Sidereal engineering did not manifest itself like a bolt out from the blue. The power trapped from the asthenospheric installation on the moon was 3 orders of magnitude removed from the power that made possible gravitology and its industrial application. Moreover, there was nothing to indicate that the Quintans would consider the Eta system hospitable to them. In a few million years, Eta would be entering the stage of its final consumption of its hydrogen, thereby becoming a red giant. And finally, Nakamura had shuffled the idea concerning the motion of the entire Harpian of Hades within the interval of gravitational indeterminacy to make the critical passage of Zeta through the vicinity of the collapsar probable in as little as 50 centuries. If one took into account the perturbations caused by the spiral arm of the galaxy, the passage would be delayed to more than 20,000 years. The knowledge that things would be awful in 250 centuries could cause panic only in demented beings. A science in its infancy, such as Earth's in the 19th century, might consider progress to be near its end. A more mature science, while not knowing the discoveries of the future, would know that these would increase at exponential rate and that in the next couple of years considerably more knowledge would be obtained than had been gained in previous millennia. Even though we did not know what was taking place on Quinta, we should establish contact with the planet. It was risky, yes, but necessary. Christing believed that anything was possible, and advanced technology did not rule out religious faiths. The pyramids of the Egyptians and of the Aztecs revealed their purpose to visitors from other worlds no more than did Gothic cathedrals. What was discovered on the moon might be the work of some religion, sun worship of an artificial sun, an altar of nuclear plasma, an idol, a symbol of power, of mastery, or for matter. But you could also have schisms, apostasies, heresies, crusades not by sword but by radio, electromagnetic offenses to convert the heathen, or the heathen's information sacred machines, deus est in machina. Not that this was provable, or even probable. The symbols of a faith, like the creations of any ideology, did not betray the meaning to a stranger from another land, but physics did not obviate metaphysics, trying to find a commonality of intention in the peoples of different terrestrial cultures and epochs. One knew at least that material welfare was nowhere considered to be the all-in-all, the answer to existence. Such a belief would be the exception. Technology did not have to part company with the holy. It always possessed a goal beyond itself, and when the holy disappeared, something had to fill that vacancy in the culture. Christing took the marriage of the engineering and religion to such mystical heights that the steer guard had difficulty listening to the man, and in contact, he too, of course, was in favor of contact. The pilots had no opinion. The imaginative expansion of mysteries into more or less non-human directions did not lie with their character. Rotmont was willing to discuss the technical aspects of communication, but the first consideration was how to protect the ship from the swarms of Quintan satellites. He thought that Quinta might already have been visited by another civilization, and that episode had ended so badly that the lesson was not forgotten. The Quintans were fencing themselves off against invasion. They had manufactured a technology of universal distrust. It was necessary to assure them of our peaceful intentions, to send them gifts of greeting, and await their reaction. El Salam and Gerbert were of the same opinion. Sturgard followed his own counsel. Gifts of greeting could be destroyed before they landed. The fate of the 5 patrol probes near the moon indicated as much, so he shot a large orbiter toward the sun. A remote control ambassador that would present its credentials to the Quintans. The ambassador beamed its message by laser signals that could penetrate the noise envelope of the planet and redundant code that instructed the receivers how to enter into communication with it. It sent this program several hundred times in a loop. The answer was silence. For 3 weeks, the content of the message was changed in every conceivable way, with no response of any kind. The transmitting power was increased. The laser needle swept over the entire surface of the planet, and in infrared and the ultraviolet modulated in various ways. The planet did not reply. The ambassador took this opportunity to accumulate visual details of Quinta, which relate to the Hermes. On the continents were agglomerations the size of a large terrestrial metropolises. Nothing, however, lit them at night. These structures, the shape of flattened stars with tangled runways, gave semi-metallic reflections. From the runways went straight lines, like arteries of transportation, except that nothing moved on them. The sharper the images obtained by the ambassador, which to some extent was functioning also as a spy, the more evident it became that the suppositions brought from Earth were false. The lines were neither roads nor conduits, yet the land between them often imitated forests. These so-called wooded areas were created by a multitude of regular blocks of branching projections. Their albedo was almost zero. They absorbed more than 99% of the incident sunlight. Thus they seemed to be photoreceptors. Could Quinta therefore have also absorbed the credentials, its receiving stations retreating them as an energy food and not as information? The ambassador, invisible until now, against the background of the solar disk, gave everything it had. In the infrared, it broadcast its overture, exceeding 100 times the sun's radiation in that band. Common sense said that such intense light would damage the wave absorbers, and that therefore maintenance crews of some kind would investigate the damage and its cause, and that sooner or later high-ranking specialists would recognize the signal nature of the beam. But again, days passed and nothing changed. The pictures taken of the day side and night side of the planet added to the mysteries. Nothing illuminated the darkness when the sun went down. Both large continents, raised from the ocean with steep snow-capped mountain chains, shone at night only with the ghostly glow of polar lights. And these lights, turning the cloudless Arctic ice into phantom green gold, did not wander randomly, but were moved as if by an invisible giant hand in the opposite direction to Quinta's rotation. Neither on the inland seas of both extensive continents nor in the ocean were any vessels sighted. There was also no activity in the intersections of straight lines that cut effortlessly through forested plains and high ridges of rock. The lines could not serve as transportation. In the ocean of the southern hemisphere, extinct volcanoes of seemingly uninhabited archipelagos were like the innumerable beads scattered across the water. The only landmass of the hemisphere, at the pole itself, lay beneath an enormous glacier. From the dull silver of its by the surface of the supra-atmospheric ice, a rapidly moving mirror. The lack of any sign of civilizational bustle, of port cities, for example, at the mouths of great rivers, the convex metal shields of mountain valleys which hid the valley bottoms with armor that was distinguishable from the natural rock only spectrochemically, the absence of air traffic, given the discovery of about 100 smooth concrete airfields enclosed by low buildings, all this had irresistibly to the conclusion that century-long warfare had forced the Quintans underground and that it was there they lived, relying on the metallic vision of the radioelectronics to observe the skies in outer space. The measurement of temperature gradients revealed thermal spots on the surfaces of Nostalgia and Hypatia, interconnected by branchings deep in the ground as if they were cave cities, but a careful analysis of their radiation seemed to prove the ideal false. Each of the wide-ranging spots at a diameter of 40 miles manifested a strange gradient of expelled heat. The center was the hottest, but the source of its radiation lay beneath the lithosphere at the border of the mantle. Could the Quintans be drawing energy from the molten interior of their globe? Enormous areas, geometrically regular, at first taken for cultivated land, were in reality collections of millions of conical balls, like ceramic mushrooms planted for dozens of kilometers. Transceiver radar antennas, the physicists at last decided the planet was wreathed in clouds, storms, cyclones, as if intentionally dead and hiding behind an incessantly transmitted sign that requested some countersign. Observations made under the heading of archaeology to discover traces of a historical past, such as ruins of cities or things corresponding to the cultural architecture of Earth, like temples, pyramids, ancient seats of government, yielded nothing definite. If war had destroyed these totally, or if human eyes were unable to discern them for their sheer alienness, their sole bridge cast across that alienness remained technological activity. So they looked for the devices, gigantic surely, that had been used to hurl the ocean waters into space. The arrangement of such artillery could be calculated using criteria that were universally applicable, since determined by physics. So they looked for the devices, gigantic surely, that had been used to hurl the ocean waters into space. The arrangement of such artillery could be calculated using criteria that were universally applicable, since determined by physics. Given the direction of the rotation of the ice ring, its circum-equatorial path, it was possible to deduce the localization of the planetary water throwers. But again the searchers were stymied. The installations must have been erected where dry land met ocean, in the very region over which now sped the frozen ring, whose constant friction against the rarefied atmosphere covered the critical places with storm and downpour. Thus, even the attempt to recreate the methods employed by the engineer Esquenta a century ago to shoot the seas into the void met with failure. The detailed photographs filled the archives of the ship but had no more value, really, than blotches on the page of a Rorschach test. The meaningless contours of the star-shaped structures on the continent suggested to the human eye as many terrestrial things as the shapes a man might see, but in fact only imagine when confronted with copious spatterings of ink. The detailed photographs filled the archives of the ship but had no more value, really, than blotches on the page of a Rorschach test. The meaningless contours of the star-shaped structures of the continents suggested to the human eye as many terrestrial things as the shapes a man might see, but in fact only imagine when confronted with copious spatterings of ink. Deuce's helplessness in the face of these thousands of pictures made them realize that within the machine, too, though it was supposed to be absolutely objective in the processing of information, lay the stubborn inheritance of anthropocentrism. Instead of learning something about an alien intelligence, Nakamura remarked, they had learned how close the bonds of mental kinship were between man and his computer. The nearness of the alien civilization, particularly within arm's reach, became a separating distance that mocked their attempts to get to the heart of it. They struggled with the growing feeling that a malicious trap had been laid for the expedition, as if someone, but who, wished to offer them a challenge full of hope, only to reveal at the end of the road, at the destination, its impossibility. Those who were troubled by this thought kept it to themselves, so as not to infect their comrades with defeatism. After several hundred hours of this fruitless diplomatic mission, Sirgard had decided to send to Quinta the first lander, named Gabriel. The ambassador announced Gabriel's arrival 48 hours before takeoff, informing the Quintans that the probe was not equipped with any kind of weapon and would touch down on the large northern continent Hyparia, 100 miles from a certain star-shaped group of buildings in a barren, hence uninhabited, area as an unmanned emissary with which the Hyparians would be able to communicate in machine language. Although the planet did not respond to this announcement either, they sent the Gabriel out of orbit into the Apostolium. It was a two-stage rocket with a microcomputer that had, besides the standard programs of contact, the ability to revise and alter them to fit unforeseen circumstances. Balasar supplied the Gabriel with the best of small pterodactyl engines that they had on board, so that it could cover the 400,000 kilometers to the planet in about 20 minutes. At a speed up to 600 kilometers a second, it would slow down only above the ionosphere. The physicists wanted to maintain contact with the emissary, shooting relay probes to race ahead of it, but the captain rejected the idea. He preferred to have the Gabriel act on its own, reporting information to them only after it made a soft landing via a beam that the atmosphere of the moon would focus on the Hermes. He felt that any earlier positioning of relays between the moon behind which the Hermes hid and the planet might be noticed and increase the suspiciousness of the paranoid civilization. The unaccompanied flight of the Gabriel underscored the peacefulness of its mission. The Hermes observed this flight reflected in the unfolded mirrors of the ambassador, with a 5-minute delay due to the translational distance. The perfectly chilled reflector of the ambassador gave an excellent image. The Gabriel was carrying out maneuvers to make it impossible to locate the mothership, and soon it appeared as a dark pin against the white cloud face of the planet. 8 minutes later, the people at the screen stiffened. Instead of proceeding quickly to its designated landing site in Hyparia, the Gabriel moved southward along a curve of increasing radius and prematurely cut its speed. They immediately saw the reason for its turn. In the belt above the equator, 4 black points made slowly for the Gabriel, 2 from the east and 2 from the west, along mathematically perfect trajectories of pursuit. The eastern chasers had already diminished the distance separating them from the Gabriel. The pursued craft changed shape from a needle to a dot surrounded by blinding light, having cut its stride with a 400-fold overload. Instead of descending to the planet, it shot straight up. The 4 pursuing points also changed course. They began to converge. The Gabriel seemed motionless in the center of the trapezium, whose corners were the chasers. The trapezium shrank before their eyes, indicating that the chasers, too, had shifted from orbital motion to hyperbolic and were coming together, bright with the heat of the increased drives. Steergard was tempted to ask Rotmont as a programmer what the Gabriel would do next, because the blaze produced by the chasers was evidence of the tremendous thrust. The group of 5 moved away from the planet, leaving in its wake a wide center of the sea of white clouds. There was a silence in the dim control room. Watching this unique scene, no one spoke. The 4 dots drew closer and closer to the Gabriel. At the edge of the field of vision, the Doppler telemeter and achronometer spat out their little red numbers so rapidly that it was difficult to read the indicated speed. The Gabriel was at a disadvantage because it had lost valuable time braking and turning around while the pursuit craft flanking it kept on accelerating. Reduced draw on the monitor the predicted intersection of the 5 trajectories. According to the telemetry in the Doppler shift, the Gabriel would be caught in about 20 seconds. 20 seconds was a lot even for a man thinking a billion times slower than a computer, particularly in moments of extreme tension. Steergard himself did not know whether or not he had made a mistake by not providing the probe with even a defensive armament. He was furious with his helplessness. The Gabriel lacked even its self-destruct charge. Noble intentions, too, ought to have their limits. This was all he had time to think. The square of the hunters became as small as the dot over an eye. Although the prey and the predators were now a full planetary diameter away from the planet, the force of their drive sent tremors through the surface of the Cirrus Sea below. And the opening of that sea showed the ocean and the uneven coastline of Hyparia. Although the prey and the predators were now a full planetary diameter away from the planet, the force of their drive sent tremors to the surface of the Cirrus Sea below. In the opening of that sea showed the ocean and the uneven coastline of Hyparia. Remnants of cloud vanished in this window like wisps of cotton candy over heat. The dark background of the ocean worsened the visibility. Only the continually racing red flickering numbers of the telemeter gave the Gabriel's position. Its pursuers closed in on it from 4 sides. They were alongside it. Then the window in the clouds bulged, as if the planet were expanding like a gigantic balloon. The gravimeters gave a sharp crack. The screens blackened for a moment, and the image returned. The funnel-shaped window in the white clouds was again small, distant, and completely empty. Stiergard did not immediately grasp what had taken place. He looked at the telemeter. All that blinked were red zeros. "He let him have it," said someone with a grim satisfaction. "Harak, probably." "What happened?" Tempe didn't understand. Stiergard knew how, but said nothing. The absolute conviction came upon him that though they might renew their efforts, they would lose their ship sooner than force contact. For a moment he wondered, already far in his thoughts from the first encounter, whether or not to continue with the arranged program. He barely heard the excited voices in the control room. Rotmot was trying to explain what the Gabriel had done, though the reconnaissance plan did not foresee this. The Gabriel had crushed space and the pursuers with a sidereal implosion. "But it didn't have a sidereal generator," Tempe protested, amazed. "It didn't, but it could have made one. It had a Teratron engine after all. It diverted it, shorted it, directed the full power of the drive into itself in one discharge. Cunning!" They were playing poker, and the Gabriel changed the game to bridge. It led with a trump because there's no suit higher than a gravitational collapse. That's how it avoided capture. Wait a minute. Tempe was beginning to understand. It had that in its program? Of course not. It had a terawatt annihilative machine and complete autonomy. It went for broke. The thing's a machine, remember, not a man, so this wasn't suicide. The Prime Directive said that it could allow itself to be handled, but only after landing. But then couldn't they have pulled the Teratron out after the Gabriel landed? Gerbert asked, puzzled. How? The whole first stage, including the Teratron, was supposed to melt upon penetration of the atmosphere with immersion of the stator. The internal pressure would blow apart the poles and everything, the engine room included, went in a cloud of dust, and without the least bit of radioactivity. It was only the upper, forward module that was supposed to land and make pleasant conversation with the masters of the house. "Oh, yes," Harak growled, indignant. "It was assumed that their rockets wouldn't be able to build up such acceleration. The Gabriel would fly through the satellite rubbish heap like a rifle bullet through a swarm of bees and politely sat down. Why didn't it melt its engine when they went after it?" asked the doctor. "Why doesn't a chicken fly?" Rotmot was giving vent to his irritation. What could it melt the Teratron with? The energy for burning the drive module was to be drawn from outside, from atmospheric friction. That's how the thing was designed. You didn't know? But let's return to the crux of the game. Either the Gabriel would escape, which was not very likely, or they would seize it in space, pull it down into orbit, and disassemble it. If they smothered its drive, it waited until then to short-tire engine. There would have been an explosion, but a toroid having poles might survive. The Gabriel couldn't allow that, so it came up with the idea of a black hole, with the double event horizon, sucked the hunters onto itself, imploding, and then the inner sphere collapsed, the outer went free, because on that scale, quantum effects equal gravitational. Space curved, which is why we saw a quinta as if through a magnifying glass. And this truly wasn't programmed? The possibility was never even considered? Arago said, silent until now. No, it wasn't. Fortunately, the machine had more upstairs than we do. Rotmont was angered by the questions. It was to be as defenseless as a newborn babe. The Gabriel's Teratron was not intended for the hyperthermic production of collapsers by short-circuiting, but the Quintans could have deduced that from the construction itself. Obviously, they could have if the Gabriel hit on the idea of a couple of seconds. By itself? The monk's question made Rotmont lose all patience. By itself. How many times do I have to say that? It had, after all, a luminal computer with a quarter the power of Deuce. In 5 years, father, you wouldn't think your way through half the number of bits that it could in 1 microsecond. It examined itself, ascertained that it could reverse the field of the Terratron, and that shorting the poles would produce a mononuclear sidereal generator. The generator would burst, of course, immediately, but at the same time as the collapse, that was to be expected, observed Nakamura. If you take a walk with a walking stick and a mad dog comes at you, it's to be expected that you'll hit him over the head, replied Rotmont. It's incredible that we could have been so naive. But all's well that ends well. They showed their hospitality, and the Gabriel knew how to return the compliment. Of course, it could have been equipped with a conventional self-destruct charge, but our leader chose not to do that. And what took place, is that any better? Asked Arago. And I was supposed to install a moped engine in it. It needed power, so it got power. And the fact that a Terratron resembles in its design a sidereal generator is not my fault, but the consequence of physics. Jokichi? He's right, said Nakamura, appealed to. In any case, they have no sidereal technology or gravistics. I'll stake my life on that, Rotmont went on. How do you know? Because they would have used it. That whole Moloch buried on the moon, for example, is a horse and buggy from the point of view of a sidereal engineering. Why tunnel down to magma and the asthenosphere if you can transform gravitation to produce macro-quantum effects? Their physics took a different road. I would say a more roundabout road, which led them away from the trunk suit. Thank God. We want contact, after all, not combat. But won't they consider what just happened combat? They might. They very well might. Gentlemen, do you think you can locate any pieces of the craft that Gabriel sent flying? Steergard asked the physicist. Not likely, unless the collapse was highly asymmetrical. I'll ask Deuce. I doubt that the grav monitors were able to record it precisely. Deuce? Locating them, said the computer, is not possible. The blast from the opening of the outer car envelope dispersed the fragments away from the sun, and in the vicinity, an indeterminacy of parsec was created. You're not serious, said Polasar. Nakamura was also amazed. I am not sure that Dr. Rotmont is right, said Deuce. Possibly I am biased as one more closely related to the Gabriel than is Dr. Rotmont. In addition, I did limit its autonomy according to the instructions that I received. Enough of that related business. The captain did not care for machine humor. Tell what you know. My guess is that the Gabriel intended only to disappear by turning itself into a singularity. It knew that neither we nor they would be harmed in this way because the probability of meeting a singularity is, practically speaking, 0. It has a diameter of 10 to the negative 50 power of a proton. 2 flies, one flying from Paris, the other from New York, would be more likely to collide. Whom are you defending, Rotmont, or yourself? I defend no one. Though I am not a man, I speak as a man to men. The Hermes and the Eurydice originate in Greece. Let this sound, then, as if uttered at the walls of Troy. If the crew suspects those who programmed and sent forth the Gabriel, I give my Olympian word that the collapse escape was not entered in any memory bank. The Gabriel possessed the decisional maximum, a nanosecond heuristics with branches to 10 to the 32nd power, the cardinal number of the combinatorial set. To what use is put that capability, I do not know, but I do know the amount of time it had to reach a decision, from 3 to 4 seconds. Too little, that, to determine the Hollenbach interval. Thus, the choice it faced was all or nothing. If it did not close off space with a collapse, it would explode like a 100-megaton thermonuclear bomb, because the power liberated by the short would have been such an explosion. In view of that, the Gabriel went to the other extreme, which ensured an implosion down to a singularity, and incidentally pulled the Quentin's missiles into the car envelope. Missiles. Deuce fell silent. Steerguard looked around at his men. All right, I'll accept that. The Gabriel surrendered its soul to the Lord. As to whether it checkmated Quinta in the process, we'll find out. We remain where we are. Who's on duty? I am, said Tempe. Good. The rest of you to bed. Oops. Okay. Who's on duty? I am, said Temp. Good. The rest of you to bed. If anything happens, wake me. Deuce is always on duty, offered the computer. Alone in the control room with the lights on dim, the pilot circled like a swimmer in invisible water, past dead and empty screens, and rose to the ceiling. Struck by an unexpected thought, he kicked off from the ceiling and flew to the central videoscope. Deuce, he said in a low voice. Yes. Show me again the final stage of the chase. Slowed down 5 times. Optically? Optically with an infrared overlay, but the image shouldn't be too blurred. The degree of blurring is a matter of taste, replied Deuce as the screen lit up. Along the frame flashed the numbers of the telemeter. They did not rush at lightning speed as before, but changed in small jumps. Crosshairs on the image. Very well. The picture intersected stereometrically, whitened with clouds. Suddenly it shook as if seen through rushing water. The lines of the grid began to bend. The distance between the needle of the Gabriel and the pursuers decreased. At slow motion everything took place as in a drop of water under a microscope. When comma bacilli swim toward a black speck in suspension. Differential Doppler telemetry, he said. Space is losing its Euclidean structure, replied Deuce, but switched on the differentiator. Though the squares of the grid trembled and bent, distance could still be roughly estimated. The comets were a few hundred meters from the Gabriel, then a large expanse of the planet beneath the 5 clustered black points swelled in a violent magnification, only to return instantly to its normal appearance. But the black dots had all vanished. In the place where they had been, there was a slight stirring as of air. It gave a terrible blaze of red, like a gush of shining blood, which formed a scarlet bubble that turned brown, dimmed, and went out. The far clouds, dispersed thousands of miles by the shock, lazily rotated above the surface of the ocean, which was darker than the continental coast planet to the east. The window with its swirling edges still gaped wide and round, but was empty. Gravimeters, called the pilot. Very well. The picture did not change, only the geodesic lines coiled up in the center, a skein of tangled threads. Microgravs! Deuce, you know what I mean. Very well. Deuce spoke, as always, in an unemotional voice, and yet it seemed to the pilot that there was a touch of impertinence in the tone, as if the machine, superior to him in quickness of thought, was carrying out its orders uncooperatively to make him feel this superiority. In the clump of tangled lines there was an almost imperceptible flutter. It cut through the thick of the grid and was gone. The geodisc knocked straightened out against the background of the white planet, with the crater in the clouds like the eye of a giant cyclone. Once again stood a rectangular array of gravitational coordinates. The Gabriel shot nucleons into itself. Nucleons having a teravoltage? Asked the pilot. Correct. Tangentially, with an accuracy to 1 Heisenberg, correct. Where did it get the additional energy? Wasn't its mass too small to bend space into a microhole? The Teratron, shortened, acts as a sidereal generator. It pulls in energy from outside, creating a deficit? Yes. In the form of negative energy? Yes. Over what range? At greater than light speed in hyperspace, the Gabriel drew energy over a radius of million kilometers. Why didn't Quinta detect this, or the moon? Why didn't we? Because it is a quantum burrowing in the Holenbach interval. Should I explain? No need, the pilot answered. Since the collapse took place in less than a millionth of a nanosecond, 2 concentric event horizons formed of the Raman-Carr type. Yes, said Deuce. You could not feel surprise, but the pilot sensed respect in the word, which means that the singularity left after the Gabriel no longer exists in the world. Calculate it out. See if I'm right. I did the calculation, said Deuce. It does not exist, with a probability of 1/10,000. Then why did you give the captain that harangue about the colliding flies? Asked the pilot. The probability is not zero. Judging by the movement of the geodesics, the collapse showed strong buckling away from the sun. If one reduces all the bodies of a system to point masses, one should be able to find the focus where those rockets of theirs were thrown, by the macro-tunneling effect. True? True. The blur cannot have the dimensions of a parsec. It must be shorter. You can calculate it? Yes. Well, the tunneling takes place probabilistically, and the independent variables of the probabilities multiply. Let's translate that into common sense. Besides Zeta, there are 9 planets in this system. The result is a nonlinear set of equations impossible to integrate, but the planets took their angular momentum from the protosun. Therefore, one can reduce the mass of the whole system to its center. That is very imprecise. Imprecise, but not by a parsec. Are you one of those phenomenal number wizards? Asked Deuce. No, I come from a time when calculations were also made without computers, or sometimes one had to proceed not by but by eye. Anyone who couldn't do that in my profession died young. Why are you silent? What am I supposed to say? That you are not infallible. I am not. And that you have no business being called Deuce. I did not name myself. Even a woman wouldn't get in the last word with a computer. Deuce, you are to calculate the probability distribution along that parsec of yours. It should be bimodal. You will mark this region on a star map, and early next morning show it to the captain with the explanation that you didn't feel like working it out before. No one told me to do that. I'm telling you now. Understand? Yes. And with this, the midnight dialogue in the control room was concluded. Okay, so we have 7 chapters left. The attack. That which mathematically has an extremely low probability also has this characteristic, that it may nevertheless sometimes happen. Of 3 of the chase craft that were sucked into the compressed space and then expelled, with the gravitational return to equilibrium away from the sun, there was no trace found, but the 4th was found and taken on board barely 8 days later. Deuce explained this truly remarkable coincidence with sophisticated topological analysis, using the transfinite derivatives of ergodics. But Nakamura, who heard from Steergard about the midnight argument between the pilot and Deuce, remarked that for what happened in reality, one could always come up with a calculation using tricks known to anyone who ever engaged in applied mathematics. As the shattered, crumpled wreck was being drawn into the ship by cranes, Nakamura, curious, asked the pilot how he had reached this conclusion. Tempeh laughed. I'm no mathematician. If I did any reasoning, I couldn't tell you what it was. I don't recall who proved this to me or when, but if a man wants to determine the probability of its own birth by going down the genealogical tree past parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, he can obtain a value as near 0 as he likes. If the parents didn't meet by accident, then the grandparents did, and by the time one gets to the Middle Ages, the set of perfectly possible events that would rule out all the conceptions and births necessary for one to be born becomes greater than the set of all atoms in the universe. In other words, each of us has no doubt whatever that he exists, despite the fact that no stochastics could have predicted him a couple of hundred years earlier. Of course, but what does that have to do with the effects from singularities in the Holenbach interval? I have no idea. Probably nothing. I'm no expert on singularities. No one is. Our apostolic delegate would say that it was divine inspiration. Divine? I don't think so. I simply took a hard look at the Gabriel's demise. I knew that it didn't wish to destroy its hunters. Thus, it did what it could do to avoid pulling them under the car horizon. I saw that the pursuing craft were not in a perfect row behind the Gabriel. If they differed in distance, then they might differ too in what happened to them. And it was on that basis? The Japanese now laughed too. Not only, there are limits to calculation. It's called Lime's computabilitatis. Deuce stands on that boundary. Deuce won't touch problems that it knows are transcomputable and therefore insoluble, which is why it didn't even make the attempt, and I was lucky. What does physics have to say about luck? The same about one hand clapping, said Nakamura. That's sin? Yes, and now come with me, this catch belongs to you. In the glare of many lights, in the middle of a hall, on a duraluoid slab, the dark wreck lay like a charred and split open fish. Dissection revealed the now familiar cellular structure, luminal engines of considerable power, and a melted device in the head which Palassar thought was a laser gun, but Nakamura believed was a kind of light throttle for the drive, since the object had been to capture the Gabriel and not destroy it. Palassar suggested that this 40-meter corpse be removed from the ship, because along with the earlier finds it took up almost half the hull. Why turn the hull into a junkyard? El Salam disagreed. He wanted to hold on to at least one specimen, preferably the last, though when he asked by the captain, he could not come up with a rational reason. The question did not concern Steergard. The situation was radically changed, he felt, and he wanted to hear from the men what line of action they now considered appropriate or best. After the satellite scrap was cast overboard, a council was to be held. The two physicists went first to Rotmont, in order, as Palassar said sourly, to draft a statement and back it with a bibliography. And in fact, those three did want to coordinate their stand, because in the conversations among the crew since the destruction of the Gabriel, one could detect the signs of a lurking split. It is not known who was the first to use the expression show of strength. Harak immediately declared himself in favor of such a tactic, El Salam also, but with reservations. The physicists and Rotmont were opposed, and Steergard, though he only listened, seemed to be on their side. The others did not take the floor. During the council, the views of both groups came into sharp conflict. Kirsting surprisingly joined the advocates of strength. Force is indeed an irrefutable argument, Steergard finally said. I have three cautions regarding this strategy, and each is a question. Do we in fact have the upper hand? Can such blackmail lead to the establishment of contact, and will we be prepared to carry out our threats if they do not submit to them? These are rhetorical questions. None of us can answer them. The consequences of a strategy based on shows of strength are incalculable. If anyone disagrees with me, let him speak. The 10 men in the captain's cabin looked at one another. As for El Salam and me, Harak said, we would like the captain to present his alternative. We say no alternative. Our situation gives us no choice. Surely that is obvious. Threats, force, blackmail, these are unappetizing words. Put into action, they can lead to catastrophe. The question of who has the upper hand is the least important. It doesn't matter whether or not we do, but whether or not they think we do, and submit without a struggle. Struggle? Echoed the monk. Encounter, confrontation. Does that sound better, Father? But we should avoid euphemisms. The threat of force, putting aside the question of what kind, must be real. Threats not backed by the possibility of action are tactically and strategically worthless. Yes, let's avoid euphemisms, agreed Steergard. Though it would also be possible to bluff. No, said Kirsting. Bluffing assumes a minimum familiarity with the rules of the game. We don't know the rules. All right, said Steergard. Suppose we have a genuine superiority, and we can display it without causing them any direct harm. An open threat. If such persuasion proves futile, Harak, then according to you we will have to attack. Hardly an auspicious prelude to mutual understanding. Hardly, Nagamura supported the captain. It would be the worst way to begin. Though true, we are not the ones who created the situation. May I say something? Asked Arago. We do not know why they tried to catch the Gabriel. Most likely it was in order to do it what we did to two of their satellites near Juno, and now with their chasers. Yet we do not consider that we acted as aggressors. We desired to examine products of their technology. They desired to examine our product, its simple symmetry. There is no need, therefore, to speak of shows of strength, demonstrations of destruction, attacks. A mistake doesn't have to be equivalent to a crime, though it can be. There is no symmetry, Kirsting objected. Altogether, we sent out 8 million bits of information. We signaled from the ambassador for over 700 hours in a circle on all bands. We lasered. We transmitted the codes and the instructions for their decoding. We sent a lander that carried not a gram of explosives. As for the information transmitted, we gave them the location of our solar system, pictures of Earth, an outline of the evolution of our biosphere, the facts of anthropogenesis, a whole encyclopedia, and the physical constants which are universal throughout space and of which they must be fully cognizant. But of sidereal engineering, of the Hollenbeckian foramina, of the Heisenberg units, there was no mention, was there, said Rotmont, nor of our drive systems and the gravitational raging, of the whole SETI project, of the Eurydice, the Gracers, Hades. No, you know best what wasn't included, since you made the programs for the ambassador yourself, said El Salam. Nor was there mention of the death camps, or the world wars, or the witches burned at the stake, but when someone goes visiting for the first time. He doesn't put everything out on the table, his sins, daddy's sins, mommy's sins, etc. If we in a general way, and most politely, informed them that we were able to turn a mass larger than their moon into a thing that could fit inside a keyhole, then Father Arago would tell us that this smacked of criminal blackmail. I offer myself as mediator, Tempe cut in, inasmuch as they don't sit in caves and light fires by striking flints, but have space travel at least out to the diameter of their system. They know that we didn't get here by rowboat, kayak, or schooner. And the simple fact that we are here from a distance of hundreds of parsecs means that more than any flexing of huge biceps. Wrecked, I bet, whispered Arago. Tempe is right, agreed the captain. Our very arrival may have alarmed them, particularly if they are technologically incapable of galactic flight, but know what orders of power are required for it. Up until the activation of the ambassador, we assumed that they knew nothing about us, but if they became aware of the Hermes much earlier, and we have been in orbit here for 3 months, then our silence, our camouflage could seem ominous to them. You exaggerate, Harat shrugged in irritation. Not at all. Imagine that it is the year 1950 or 1990, and above the Earth galactic cruisers hover a mile long. Even if they rained down only chocolates, there would be tremendous confusion, panic, not to mention political crises, since every civilization in the multi-state please must have internal conflicts. Phase must have internal conflicts. No show of strength is needed from us, because the crossing of 100 parsecs itself is such a demonstration. To those who cannot accomplish it, very well then, Captain. What do you suggest we do? How are we to show our good-natured, mild-mannered, peaceful, friendly intentions? How do we assure them that we present no threat to them in any way, that we are just a group of Boy Scouts on a hike, headed by a priest, when 4 of their best fighting machines, each 50 times heavier than our Archangel, were blown out of the continuum by it like specks of dust? Al-Salam and I see how we were mistaken. The guests arrived with flowers in the garden. The host's dog attacked them. One guest, attempting to drive the beast away with a parasol, inadvertently impaled the host's auntie. Why talk of a show of strength? It's the snows of yesteryear. It already took place. Harak, with a broad grin, and not without malice, addressed this to the captain, but kept his eyes on the monk. The asymmetry does not lie where you think it, said the Dominican. To those who do not understand us, we cannot be the bearers of good tidings. Saintly intentions cannot be demonstrated as long as they remain only intentions. Evil, on the other hand, can be demonstrated by causing harm. It is circulus vitiosus. In order to communicate with them, we must convince them of our peaceful intentions. But to convince them of our peaceful intentions, we first need to communicate with them. But how is that everything that happened here wasn't taken into account by our great thinkers, the planner directors of CETI and SETI? Asked Tempe angrily. All this just fell on us out of the blue? It's unbelievably stupid. The cabin was filled with raised voices arguing. Steergard said nothing. He thought that in his fruitless debate he saw the futility of it. The men, without fully realizing it, were giving vent to the frustration that had mounted in the course of the repeated attempts to communicate with Quinta. This was the result of sleepless nights, the unrewarded zeal of the investigation of the moon, the building hypotheses that, instead of giving insight into the alien civilization, fell apart like a house of cards. The frustration made some feel that they were surrounded by riddles without solutions, or were lost in a maze without an exit, and it made others suspect them more and more of the collective paranoia. If indeed there was paranoia on Quinta, it was contagious. Steergard noted that the indicator light above the shelf by his bunk in the back of the cabin was off. Someone had thrown the switch in the control room, cutting off the central brain of the ship from this cabin. Someone who apparently did not want the cold, rational, logical presence of Deuce at this meeting. Steergard did not ask who had done it. He knew his men. Among them there was no coward or liar who would deny the action, but it might have been done unconsciously, like covering one's nakedness before a stranger, in a reflex quicker than modesty. So he said nothing, but turned the terminal back on and requested Deuce to make an optimal decision prognosis. Deuce replied that it lacked sufficient data to optimize moves. In the request, besides, there was implicit and embedded and inevitable anthropocentrism. People spoke about themselves and others in terms of good or bad. The same applied to their general history. Many considered history an accumulation of cruelties, of senseless subjugations, senseless even without considering ethics, since neither their aggressors nor their victims derived anything but the breakup of culture, the fall of empires, or whose ruins new empires arose. In a word, many held human history in contempt, but as a rule, no one thought that it was some hideous, horrible, psychozoic aberration in the universe, that the earth was a planet of brutal murderers, unique among millions of globes, a place where intelligence yielded blood and pain, contrary to the cosmic norm. As a rule, people in their heart of hearts, without thinking about it overmuch, considered Earth's history in its whole course, from the Paleopithecus and Australopithecus up to the modern day, to be normal, a type frequently encountered in the set of cosmic civilizations. But in this matter nothing was known, and no method existed whereby from that informational zero anything more than zero could be extracted. The Ortega-Nielsen chart indicated only average time separating the birth of the protoculture from the technological explosion. The curve of the diagram, the so-called main road of the Psychozoics, did not reflect either biological or sociological, cultural, political factors, which together shaped the specific history of intelligent beings. Such an omission was justified by terrestrial experience, because the clashes between different faiths and cultures, between different forms of government and ideology, colonizations and decentralizations, the rise and fall of empires in no way interfered with the pace of technological advances. This was a parabolic curve, unaffected in its course by such historical disturbances and shocks as invasions, plagues, and genocides, because technology, once it gained momentum, became a variable independent of the civilizational substructure. It became an integration, a logistic curve of an autocatalytic process. Individual people on the microscopic scale always made inventions and discoveries, whether singly or in groups, but these creators could be factored out of the equation because it was inventions that gave rise to inventions, and discoveries that led to discoveries. This acceleration described a parabola that seemed to soar to infinity. A saturation bend of the curve was not caused by other individuals who sought to protect the environment. The curve would bend only where a failure to bend would destroy the biosphere. Invariably, it would bend at the critical point, for if technologies for saving or replacing the biosphere did not come to the rescue of the technologies of expansion, the given civilization would enter a crisis to end all crises, i.e., extinction. With no air to breathe, there could be no one to make further discoveries and receive Nobel Prizes, according to the data of cosmology and astrophysics. The main road of Ortega-Nielsen thus reflected only the limiting capacity of the given biosphere, also termed its maximum technological load. But that capacity did not depend on anatomy or on the organizational forms of collective life. It depended on the physical-chemical features of the planet, its ecospheric position, and other cosmic factors, including stellar and galactic influences, etc. Wherever the biosphere's load limit was reached, the main road broke off, which meant only that the civilizations in question were obliged to come to some global decisions about their future. When they were unwilling or unable to do this, they perished. The breaking off of the main road coincided with the so-called upper frame of the window of contact. That frame or boundary, also called the growth barrier, accounted for the subsequent branchings from the monolithic trunk that was the main road, because different civilizations continued their existence in different ways. Though as yet no information had been exchanged with any Psychozoic, it was known from calculation that there was not one and only one optimal decision. No best way out of the trap created by the technosphere's damage to the biosphere. Even a united civilization did not have before it a single path that would lead it safely through the multiplying dilemmas and perils. As for the current situation, it was the result of inappropriate actions that came of departing from the expedition's original program. In Deuce's opinion, the series of wrong steps ensued because they did not appear wrong at the time that they were made. Their wrongness revealed itself only in retrospect. More precisely, the Hermes had been drawn into Arrow's paradox. The decider attempts to accomplish two things that are each of value, but that cannot both be accomplished. In the range between maximum risk and maximum caution, ran a resultant from which it would be difficult to extricate themselves. Deuce did not think the captain was to blame for the present impasse, because the captain had sought to strike a compromise between risk and caution. After capturing the Quinton orbiters beyond Juno and discovering their viroids, he had deviated from the program toward excessive caution, camouflaging the ship and not sending signals to Quinta announcing visitors from outer space. The price of that caution was evident now. The second error lay in giving Gabriel too much autonomy, too much inventiveness. Paradoxically, this also came from excessive caution and from the mistaken assumption that the Gabriel, superior in speed to the orbiters or rockets of Quinta, could land without letting itself be intercepted. In order for it to possess such speed, it was given a Teratron drive, and in order for it to respond suitably to the unforeseen behavior of the host upon landing, it was given a too intelligent computer. The SETI program called for sending first smaller probes, but this was rejected when the diplomatic exertions of the ambassador all came to nothing. No one dreamed that the Gabriel would transform its drive unit into an explosive cybrial gun. Thus, because of the ingenuity of the Gabriel's computer, they found themselves in a predicament. It was now impossible to send other probes as if nothing had happened. A new situation called for new tactics. Deuce needed 20 hours to think. That was where the matter stood. After his evening watch, the pilot could not sleep. He kept thinking about the council. It had resulted in nothing for him but an increased dislike for Deuce. That mighty electronic mind might be brilliant at logic, but the effect it produced was strikingly pharisaical. Mistakes had been made. They had all departed from the program, yet the captain was not held accountable, nor did Deuce itself bear the least responsibility for this, as it proved with great precision. Arrow's paradox, the camouflage fraught with evil consequences. The excessive suspicion regarding the Quintans, kindled by the sabotage hypothesis to explain the origin of the viroids, as Deuce now so clearly defined the problem, and who had served all this time as adviser to the captain, buckled to the bed because he was weightless. He finally grew so angry that sleep was out of the question, so he had turned on the point light over his head, pulled a book out from under the bunk, the Hermes program, and started to read. First, he leafed through the general assumptions about Quinta. This was a computer printout made just before takeoff from the Eurydice based upon the collected and interpreted astrophysical observations. The Quintans had at their disposal energy on the order of 10 to the 30th power ergs. Their civilization was thus the pre-sidereal level. The major sources of energy were undoubtedly thermonuclear reactions of the stellar type, but the power stations had not been launched into space. Most likely, the exhaustion of fossil fuels, as on Earth, led to a period of the use of uranides, whose further exploitation proved unprofitable after mastery of the Bethe cycle. It seemed improbable that in the last 100 years the planet had gone through war waged with nuclear weapons. The equatorial cold spot could not have been the result of such warfare. Any post-atomic winter would have had to encompass virtually the entire planet, since the masses of dust thrown into the stratosphere would increase the albedo of the whole surface. Uh, The reasons for halting the construction of the ice ring from ocean water were unknown. He flipped through pages filled with the graphs and tables until he came to the chapter Hypotheses on the Civilization. 1. Quintus suffers from internal conflicts which have influenced technological development. This suggests the presence of antagonistic nations or other aggregations. The period of open military encounters belonging to the past led to no resolution of the conquer-conquered type. Instead, it gradually entered the phase of secret warfare. At this point, an additional printout from Deuce was attached, done later, on board the Hermes. Evidence supporting the thesis of crypto-military activity are the parasites found in the two Quintan satellites. In this interpretation, blocks of adversaries remain together in a state that is neither classical peace nor classical war in the Clausewitzian sense. Their struggle takes place beyond front lines, in meteorological damage inflicted on the enemy, or in mutual catalytic erosion of techno-industrial potentials. This may have halted the creation of the ice ring, since that task would require global cooperation. The continuation again was from the Eurydice. If there exist such groups of antagonists, and they contend non-classically, then contact with any visitor from space may be rendered considerably more difficult. The a priori establishment of alliance with the visitor is highly unlikely for either of the parties if there are only two, because the extraplanetary intruder would have no rational reason, would have nothing to gain by taking sides in the conflict. Contact would actually serve as the spark that would turn the quiet, smoldering, steady, and stubbornly pursued secret war into a full-scale, head-on clash between both powers. Would have nothing to gain by taking sides in the conflict. Contact would actually serve as the spark that would turn the quiet, smoldering, steady, and stubbornly pursued secret war into a full-scale, head-on clash between both powers. An example: let there be on planet T blocks A, B, and C, all locked in mutual conflict. If B establishes contact with the intruder, A and C will feel themselves seriously threatened. They might either attack the intruder to keep him from increasing B's potential, or join in attacking B. The situation is unstable to begin with, and any introduction of an outside factor of great technological potential, such as the visitor must possess, having made his galactic jump, may suffice to escalate the hostilities. 2. Quinta is united, a federation of protectorate. There are no equal antagonists on the planet, since one of the powers has acquired dominion over the others. Such dominion, whether the result of military victories or accomplished through non-military subjugation, the weaker sides having submitted to the major power of the globe, also does not provide stability in the face of contact with a galactic intruder. One should not impute the global power demonic or imperialistic designs of extraplanetary expansion. In this model of Quinta, the power does not wish to destroy the visitor, but only to frustrate his efforts to establish contact and especially to land on the planet. The technological gifts of the visitor could easily turn out to be poisonous, yet the attempt itself to keep such gifts from being offered, to prevent them from disturbing the current socio-political equilibrium, could disturb that equilibrium. Thus, in a united system as well, refusal of contact could be a sensible decision for the global powers. This policy of isolationism directed toward outer space has many precedents on Earth. The information threshold of contact to be surmounted by the visitor is indeterminate in magnitude. According to Folger, Kraft, and their group, a unified planet that has neither conquerors nor conquered, neither oppressors nor oppressed, may still not desire contact. The basic dilemmas of such a civilization that is beginning to veer from the Ortega-Nilsson path near the upper region of the window lie at the intersection of its culture and its technology. Culture is always characterized by a consistent lack of legal and moral ethical norms behind the technology in its presaturated parabolic period of acceleration. The technology makes possible what the cultural tradition forbids and considers unchangeable. Examples: genetic engineering applied to beings corresponding to people, the control of sex, brain transplants. In the light of such difficulties, contact with visitors shows its equivocal nature. The planetary party, rejecting contact, need not ascribe to the intruders any unfriendly motive, but its feats are justified. The injections of radically new technologies can destabilize social bonds and relations. Contact, moreover, is unpredictable in its consequences. This does not apply to radio contact or any contact at a distance, since the receivers of the signals can, at their own discretion, make use of or ignore the acquired information. He was tired now, but still could not sleep. He flipped past several chapters and read the final one on the procedure for contact. The SETI project had addressed the above problems as difficulties a guest might experience in communicating with his prospective host. The expedition, therefore, had been equipped with special devices for communication as well as with automata that would be able, in the absence of preliminary negotiations through the exchange of signals, to demonstrate the peaceful nature of the expedition prior to landing. The initial That's where it's not working. Get it going. The initial procedure had many steps. The first announcement of the arrival of the ship from Earth would be an emission of waves, ranges given in an appendix, and the radio, heat, light, ultraviolet, and particle beam bands. If there was no response or an unintelligible response, landers would be sent to all continents. The landers' guiding sensors would direct them toward large concentrations of buildings. There were also plenty of sketches, diagrams, and specifications. In each lander there would be a transmitter receiver and data about Earth and its inhabitants. If this step too failed to elicit the desired reaction, the establishment of contact, heavier probes would be shot from the ship. These would have computers able to give instruction in the use of visual, tactile, and acoustic codes. The procedure was irreversible, with each step a continuation of the one preceding. The first landers contained indicator emitters that could be activated only by the brutal destruction of their shielding. Destruction caused not by a malfunction of the hard landing, but by intentional, non-discursive dismantling. The pilot smiled at his wording to describe a caveman-type bashing of the transitorized emissary of humanity with his flintstone club. Non-discursive dismantling also took place, he thought, when without explanation you knocked someone's teeth down his throat. The indicators, grown from monocrystals, were so highly resistant that they could send a signal even if the lander was destroyed in a fraction of a second, blown up in midair, for instance, by an explosive. The program went on to describe in detail the different models for these messengers, and the volleys with which they should be dispatched in synchronization to the chosen landing fields so that no region, no continent, would be privileged or omitted, etc. The book also contained a dissenting opinion from a group of SETI's experts who were extreme pessimists. There were no material devices, they stated, no dispatches or declarations easy to decipher that could not be interpreted as a mask concealing aggression. This resulted simply from the inevitable difference in technological levels, the phenomena that in 19th and especially 20th centuries was called the arms race came into the world, with the Paleopithecantropus, when he employed the long thigh bones of antelopes as clubs, crushing more than chimpanzee skulls with them since he was a cannibal. Then, when science, the mother of accelerated technology, arose at the crossroads of the Mediterranean cultures, the military progress of the warring European nations and later of non-European never gave one side an overwhelming advantage over another. The single exception to this rule was the atom bomb, but the United States enjoyed that monopoly only for the briefest moment in history. But the technological gap between civilizations in the universe had to be enormous. What is more, to hit upon civilization endowed developmentally as Earth's would be, practically speaking, impossible. The thick volume included a number of other learned speculations. The visitor who initiated the underdeveloped host into the arcana of sidereal engineering might as well be giving children live hand grenades to play with the safety caps off. However, he did not reveal his knowledge. He risked being suspected of duplicity, of seeking to dominate, and thus was DAMNED either way. The profundity of the arguments finally overcame the reader, who, with the help of the SATI program, fell into such a sound sleep that the book remained in his hand, and the light of the lamp did not disturb him. I feel like I need to drink something before I continue reading. Kind of lost my place by accident. Oops. Okay. I'm going to go downstairs briefly. I'll come right back. Hmm. I'm actually wondering if I should eat more than that. I could have some peas. I can have some peas. Yeah. I'll have some peas. I'll come back. I'm vegetarian, not vegan. I'm going to take a small break from reading to eat this. Yeah, I enjoy yogurt. Especially plain yogurt because you can actually bake with it. You can do all kinds of things with it. You can add it to smoothies. You can make fry bread with it. You can use yogurt to make sauces. You can do all kinds of things with yogurt. Hmm. I agree, yeah. My mom likes she likes putting grape nuts in yogurt. I don't really like grape nuts. I think they're incredibly hard. He was walking down a narrow, steeply downhill street between houses in the sun. Before the arches, children played. Laundry hung on lines at the windows. The uneven pavement, strewn with trash, banana peels, scraps of food, was cut by a gutter full of muddy water. Far at the foot of the hill was the port, crowded with sails. Shallow, lethargic waves lapped at the beach. Boats pulled up on the sand were separated by fishing nets. The sea, smooth to the horizon, gleamed with a ribbon of reflected sun. He smelled fried fish, urine, olive oil. He did not know how he got here, but knew that it was Napoli. A small, swarthy girl ran, shouting at a boy who was fleeing with a ball. He would stop, pretend to throw her the ball, then dodge away before she could catch him. Other children shouted something in Italian. A woman was leaning out of a window, disheveled, in a chemise. She pulled in from the line stretched across the street, her dry slips and skirts. Farther down began stone steps, cracked. Suddenly everything shuddered. There was a roar. Walls began to crumble. He stood dumbfounded in a cloud of limestone dust, blinded. Something fell behind him. Women screamed. A rain of bricks. The thunder of the earthquake was deafening. Terremoto! Terremoto! The cries were lost in the second. Slowly building roll of thunder. Pieces of plaster fell on him. He covered his head with his arms, felt a blow in the face, and woke. But the earthquake did not go away. A tremendous weight pinned him to the bed. He tried to jump up. The belts held him. His book struck him in the forehead and flew to the ceiling. This was the Hermes, not Napoli. But there was thunder, and the walls reeled. He could feel the whole cabin moving. He hung suspended. The lamp flickered. He saw the open book and a sweater flattened on the ceiling beneath him. From the upside-down shelves flew spools of film. It was not a dream, and it was not thunder. The sirens wailed. The light dimmed, flared, went out, and the emergency lights in the corners of the floor now switched on. He tried to find the clasps on the belts, them, but the buckets pressed by his chest would not let go. His hands grew leaden. Blood rushed to his head. He stopped struggling. He was thrown. The weight forced him now against the belts, now against the bed. He understood. He waited. Was this the end? At that hour, it was after midnight, there was no one in the dark room. Christing sat down in front of the dead visiscope, buckled himself in by feel, found the buttons like a blind man, and set the tape in motion. Across the white rectangle of the illuminated screen moved, one by one, tomograms, almost black, with masses of brighter, rounded lines like X-ray shadows. Frame after frame went by until he stopped the tape. He was examining the surface SGs of Quinta. Gently he turned the micron dial to find the best image. At the center was a bristling convergence, as of an atomic nucleus, which scattered in fragments radially when hit. He shifted the image from the formless milky spot at the center to its attenuated periphery. No one knew what the thing was. An inhabited building complex, a kind of giant city? On this frame, one could see it in section, traced by nucleons of elements heavier than oxygen. Such tomography, three-dimensional layered X-raying of astronomical objects known for a very long time, proved useful only for stars cooled to black dwarfs and for planets. But with all its ingeniousness, SG imaging had its limitations. The resolution was insufficient to allow one to distinguish the individual fossils, even if they were larger than the giant dinosaurs of the Mesozoic and Cretaceous. Nevertheless, he tried to make out the skeletons of the creatures of Quinta, and perhaps it was only those corresponding to people that filled this Sado city, if indeed it was a metropolis of many millions. He reached the limit of resolution and crossed it. Then the tiny specters made of pale, trembling filaments were dispersed. The screen showed a dim chaos of motionless granulations. As delicately as he could, he moved the micron dial back, and the shadowy image returned. He selected the sharpest SGs at the critical meridian and superimposed these until the contours of Quinta were lined up like a whole sheaf of X-rays of the same object taken at high speed and composited. The city lay on the equator. The SGs had been made along the axis of Quinta's own magnetic poles, and along the tangent to the planet's crust. Therefore, if the building complex extended for 30 miles, the photographs cut through it obliquely, as if one were to X-ray from a suburb all the streets, squares, and houses between oneself and the opposite suburb. This yielded little. Looking upon a multitude of people from a height, one would see them in vertical foreshortening. But looking along the horizontal, one saw only the closest people at the entrances to the streets. An X-rayed crowd would appear as a jumble of many skeletons. Granted, it was possible to distinguish the buildings from the pedestrians, since the buildings did not move. Everything that remained in place over 1,000 SGs could be filtered out. Vehicles could also be removed from the picture by a retouching process that erased anything that traveled faster than a man on foot. If one were dealing with a large terrestrial city, then houses, bridges, factories would vanish along with the cars and trains, leaving only the shadows of the pedestrians. But premises so strongly geo- and anthropocentric were of questionable value. Still, Kirsting hoped that he would be lucky. He came to the darkroom often at night and went over the rolls of pictures countless times on the chance that he might accidentally select and juxtapose the right SGs and perhaps see, albeit poorly, in a fuzzy outline, the skeletons of these beings. Were they hominoid? Or even vertebrates? Was it calcium compounds of compounds of calcium that supported their frames, as with the terrestrial vertebrates? Exobiology considered the man shape to be unlikely, but osteological similarity to the skeletons of Earth was possible considering the mass of the planet and the composition of the atmosphere. Free oxygen suggested the presence of vegetation, But plants would not engage in space travel or the manufacture of rockets. Kirstein did not count on a hominoid bone structure which was the outcome of intricate, interconnected paths in terrestrial evolution, but even bipedality. An erect stature did not justify anthropomorphism. Thousands of prehistoric reptiles, after all, had walked on two legs. If one were to make SGs of a pack of running iguanodon fossils at a great distance, they would be indistinguishable from marathoners. The sensitivity of the apparatus went far beyond the wildest dreams of the fathers of spin resonance imaging. He could detect an eggshell from the calcium at a distance of 100,000 kilometers. Sometimes it seemed to the scientist that he saw among the misty blotches microscopic threads brighter than the background, like a frozen hall-beam dance of death photographed through a telescope. And that, if he increased the magnification a little, he would be able to see the skeletons. In fact, and they would cease to be what his mind added to the trembling fibers that were so indefinite and fleeting, like the canals seen by the ancient observers of Mars because they wanted so much to see them. When he stared too long at the groupings of weak, motionless sparks, his fatigued vision yielded to his will, and then he could make out, almost, the milky dots of skulls and the hair-thin bones of spines and limbs. But when he blinked, his eyes burning from the strain, the illusion dissolved. Kirstein switched off the instrument and got up. Squeezing his eyes shut in the total darkness, he summoned up the barely seen image, and the tiny skeletal apparitions returned, phosphorescent against velvet black. By feel, he released the holders and drifted toward the small, ruby light above the exit. Blinded by the brightness of the corridor after being so long in the dark room, he pressed into the recess of door, which was padded with thick foam, instead of proceeding directly to the elevator, and this saved him when he was hit, to the accompaniment of thunder, by the blow of gravity. The night glow lamps went out, and along the length of the corridor that wheeled with the ship the emergency lights flashed on, but unconscious, he did not see this. Steergard did not turn in after the council, knowing that Deuce, no matter how many tactics he came up with, would saddle him with a choice that would amount to the alternative between incalculable risk and simple retreat. During the discussion, he had maintained the pose of decisiveness, but now alone he felt helpless, more so that night than ever. It was growing harder for him to resist the temptation to commit the choice to chance. In one of the closets in the cabin, he had, among his personal odds and ends, an old heavy bronze coin with the profile of Caesar, and on the back the Roman faces. It was a memento from his father. A numismatist. Opening the closet, he still did not know if he would actually entrust the ship, the crew, the fate of the whole expedition to this, the largest coin in human history, although already he was saying to himself that the fasces would signify flight, for what else was retreat? And the worn profile of the massive face, what might prove their doom? He overcame his hesitation, groped in the dim closet, and pulled out from one of the small compartments a flat coin box. He opened it, turned the coin in his hand. Did he have the right? It could be tossed in weightlessness. He pressed the coin into a paper clip, switched on the electromagnetic that was fastened beneath the desktop so that photographs on maps could be held in place with steel cubes. He pushed the piles of printouts and tapes to the sides, and like a boy, he had been a boy once, set the coin spinning. It turned on the edge of the clip more and more slowly, describing small circles, and finally fell, pulled by the magnet, and showed tails. Retreat. To sit, he grabbed the arms of the swivel chair, and no sooner did his shirt touch adhere to the back, than before he was aware of it, he felt the blow. Barely perceptible at first, it grew in strength until an enormous force swept the films, papers, steel cubes, and dark bronze coin off the desk and shoved him into the chair. The gravity intensified. With failing eyes because the blood was leaving them, he could still see the rapid flickering of the round wall lamp, and feel how through the steel walls beneath their padding ran a deep groan from all the ship's joints, and how over the racket of objects flying in every direction, equipment not bolted down, articles of clothing, could be heard the distant howl of the sirens, a howl that seemed to come not from horns, but from the ship itself, struck in its 170,000-ton body. And as he listened to this wailing and continual thunder, blinded by the terrible weight that forced his leaden body deep into the chair, he felt passing out relief. Yes, relief, because retreat now no longer entered into play. His sight returned after about 20 seconds, though the gravimeter still pointed to the red. The Hermes had not suffered a direct hit. That was impossible. Whatever had rammed it, Deuce, always on watch, parried the attack, but the attack had been carried out so cunningly and quietly that Deuce, with no time to choose a moderate shield, resorted to the ultimate. A gravitational wall could not be breached by anything in this universe except a singularity, so it saved the Hermes. But the power of so violent a riposte had to produce recoil. Like a cannon slapped back by the reaction upon firing, the entire ship at the epicenter of the sidereal discharge shook, though it received only a small fraction of the released energy. Steergard, not even attempting to rise because his body was still as if under a press, saw, eyes bulging, how the large indicator arrow fell, quivering, millimeter by millimeter, from the red section of the round dial. His muscles, strained to the utmost, now began to obey. The gravimeter dropped to the black too. But the sirens kept howling in a monotone on all the decks. Pushing down with both arms, he got out of the chair with difficulty. When he stood, he had to support himself with his hands on the edge of the desk, the way a stooped monkey walked. He thought, a curious thought at this moment. Among the tapes and maps thrown to the floor, he saw his father's coin, which continued to show tails or retreat. He smiled because that decision had now been trumped by a higher card. The gravimeter's white dial stood at 1, and was slowly dropping. He had to get to the control room to see how his people were, but at the door he turned suddenly, went back, picked up the coin, and returned it to the closet. No one should learn about his moment of weakness. It was not weakness as far as game theory was concerned, because in the absence of minimax solutions, there is no decision better than one purely random. He could therefore justify his action at least to himself, but he did not care to. Halfway down the tunnel corridor, weightlessness returned. He pushed the elevator button. The problem had been solved. Though he was not in favor of battle, he knew his people and knew that not one of them, except for the Vatican delegate, would agree to running away. Oops. Let's see how many. There are now 6 chapters left. Show of strength. It was impossible to learn the methods employed in the attack. Whatever they had been, all trace of them was gone from the continuum. The printout from Deuce's memory showed the physicists what they had suspected. With omnidirectional sensors sweeping space around the Hermes to the outer perimeter of defense, radar echoes could be detected off particles a millimeter across within a radius of 100,000 miles. The blow was not radiant energy, that would have left a spectral line. The sudden appearance of about 50 objects with fuzzy edges around the Hermes, and a swarm converging rapidly on the ship, and all synchronized in motion, seemed inconceivable at first. They materialized at a very small distance, from 1 to 2 miles. The physicists, forced to speculate, pondered ways to penetrate the sensor shield undetected. They came up with 3. Clouds of particles, each particle no longer than a bacterium, could coalesce to form multi-ton masses, which would imply no little skill in the production of self-fusing elements directed at a target in wide dispersion. It would be something like a cloud of microcrystals coming together with a necessary delay inside the perimeter in an avalanche reaction. The individual particles not merely condensing but interacting to form missiles would have to possess a highly subtle structure. 9 seconds before the blow, the ship's magnetometers registered a jump in the magnetic field around the sides. It peaked at 1,000,000,000 Gauss, then after several nanoseconds fell almost to 0. And yet beforehand there had been no electromagnetic activity whatever. The physicists were unable to propose a mechanism for the creation of a field of such strength whose sources, with no prior appearance, could escape the notice of the sensors. Dipoles theoretically might penetrate the shield if a cloud of them neutralized itself through the mutual orientation of trillions of molecules. Such a reconstruction of the attack assumed a technology never before conceived and therefore never tested experimentally on Earth. The second possibility was a highly speculative method of using the quantum effects of space. According to this idea, no material particles had been smuggled past the defensive barrier, nor were there any in the whole spherical region surrounding it. Physical space contained a host of virtual particles that could materialize upon a shockwave infusion of energy from without. This approach would require the ship to be surrounded beyond the radius of the shield by generators of the hardest band of ultra-Röntgen gamma rays, as well as a centripetal discharge that, in the shape of a spherical wave contracting at the speed of light, would produce exactly upon its intersection with the defense a tunnel effect. Quanta of energy emerging near the ship would give rise to a sufficient quantity of hadrons in space for them to hurtle upon the Hermes from every direction. A possible method, but one demanding the most sophisticated instruments, precision positioning in space, as well as perfect camouflaging of orbiters. It seemed highly unlikely. The third way involved the use of negative energy outside the perimeter of defense, but this called for mastery of sidereal engineering, and sidereal engineering in its macro-quantum form, with a preliminary siphoning of power from the sun because the power stations able to produce the necessary energy on the planet would betray their activity to the Hermes by the residual thermal buildup of the surrounding terrain. Deuce, taken completely unawares, seized its gravitational last resort. Calling on the full power of both main engines, it girdled the ship with gravity toroids. Inside these toroids, as in the center of intersecting automobile tires, sat the Hermes, and the missiles directed at it fell into the Schwarzschild carved space. Since any material object falling into the space lost all physical properties except electrical charge, angular momentum, and mass, becoming a formless part of the gravitational grave, no trace was left behind of the methods used in the attack. The toroids, serving as impenetrable armor, existed no more than 20 seconds at a cost to the ship of 10 to the 21st power joules. The Hermes did not share the fate of the Gabriel, did not annihilate itself in the self-defense from the toroidal configuration of surging isographs, but because it could not be focused sharply at the emitter, the ship absorbed about 100,000th of the energy released. A few 20,000ths would have crushed the ship as a hammer crushes the shell of an empty blown egg. The men came out of the emergency in one piece, with the exception of Steergard and Kirsting. All had been asleep or were at least buckled in their bunks like Tempe. The ship was not fitted for battle. Polisar suggested, whatever might happen, that they move to the perihelion to replenish the power lost in the repulsing attack. Along the way, the Hermes passed through a cloud of rarefied gas. At first, the gas was taken for a prominence dispelled in the solar wind, but the sensors reported that innumerable molecules had attached themselves to the armor and were corroding it cataclysmically. Specimens taken revealed the specificity 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 specific specificity of their action, much like that of the viroids already known. Steergard therefore did what in his conversation with the apostolic delegate he had called coming out in the open. The Hermes swept the treacherous cloud with a series of thermal blasts and destroyed the erosion viruses that adhered to the sides by a simple expedient. With the refrigerating units on at full capacity, it turned like a roast on a spit as it passed through the top of a solar prominence that was mere light seconds above the photosphere. Then the ship reduced speed to assume stationary orbit, turned its stern towards Zeta, and opened its energy receptors. A portion of the tanked energy went to maintain the refrigeration. The rest was sucked up by the side reels. At this point, the crew split into three groups. Harak, Polisar, and Rotmont believed that the incident with the cloud represented a second attack by the Quintans. Kirsting and El Salam thought it was not a blow directed at them intentionally, but was in a way accidental, that the Hermes had entered a mined territory, mined long before their arrival. Nakamura occupied a middle position. The cloud was not a trap set either for the Hermes or for the Quinton orbiters, but was rather a garbage dump of microweapons employed in warfare above the planet and which had drifted in the sun's gravitational tide to the perihelion, contrary to what the intentions of the warring parties. Arago said nothing. Deuce was occupied with programming possible strategies for defensive, offensive, and conciliatory actions. It gave no preference. The data for the optimization of any of these lines were too meager. Gerbert considered that the thing to do was forget about contact and shows of strength, but he felt unqualified to participate in the debate, which grew more and more heated. Tempe, summoned by the captain when they had replaced the power lost, said that he was no SETI expert and did not command the ship. No one here now is an expert, as I think you may have noticed, replied Steergard, myself included. Even so, everyone has his thoughts on the subject, you too. It's only your opinion I want, not advice. Deuce would have more to say, said the pilot, smiling. Deuce will present 20 tactics, or 100, and that's all that it will do. You know as much as our experts, including Deuce. The minimum risk lies in retreat. True enough, Tempe, sitting opposite the captain, continued to smile. What amuses you? Asked Steergard. Are you asking privately, Captain, or is that an order? It's an order. The situation is sticky, for sure, but I've gotten to know you well enough to know that you definitely will not do. We are not turning tail. You're certain of that? Absolutely. Why? Do you think that we were attacked once or twice? It doesn't matter. Either way, they don't want contact. I have no idea what else they have up their sleeve. Further attempts will be dangerous, obviously. So? Well, I seem to like danger. If I didn't, I'd have been under a gravestone on Earth for a couple of 100 years now, because I would have died in bed surrounded by a grieving family. In other words, you think that a show of strength is necessary. Yes and no. It's a last resort that cannot be avoided. Held in place by a steel cube, a stack of printed pages lay on Steergard's desk with a graph on the top page. The pilot recognized it. An hour before, he had received a copy from El Salam. Have you read that? Tempe asked. No? No? He was surprised. It was one more hypothesis from the physicists. I wanted to talk with you first. You should read it. A hypothesis, yes, but I found it convincing. You may go. The paper, entitled The Zeta System as Cosmic War Zone, was signed by Rotmont, Polisar, and El Salam, a civilization that has not only destroyed its forms of wireless communication, such as radio and television, filling the whole ionosphere with white noise that drowns out any signal, but which in addition has invested the lion's share of its global production and energy in the building of weapons that occupy the space around it. Such a civilization seems impossible, an absurdity. But one should keep in mind that this state was not consciously planned, not deliberately arrived at. Rather, it arose gradually through escalation. The starting situation, we believe, was when multi-front war waged on the surface of the planet became tantamount to total annihilation. After this critical point was reached, the arms race was moved off of the planet. None of the antagonists intended to transform the entire solar system into a battle zone of monstrous proportions, but proceeded in steps, countering the moves of the adversaries. By the time a confrontation was finally reached in outer space, nothing could any longer restrain the zone's growth, let alone nullify it to establish a lasting peace. Computer simulation using game theory, non-zero functions of reward, shows that in case of such struggles, the lack of trust in the efficacy of concluded disarmament treaties imposes a limit on the possibility of agreement through negotiation. Agreement in the absence of trust in the enemy's good faith, classically termed pacta sunt servanda, requires the mutual inspection of armaments, which means making one's territory accessible to the enemy's experts. But when the race to acquire greater and greater military capability enters the path of micro-miniaturization, sorry, inspection without trust becomes impossibility. Armories, arsenals, and laboratories can then be hidden securely. Agreement cannot be reached thereafter, even on a minimal level of mutual trust, that he who refrains from microweapons research will not be assuming thereby a position of imminent defeat, nor is it possible to dismantle arms already possessed on the enemy's assurance that he will do likewise. The question arises, why do we find a machine war sphere around Quinta, and not the biomilitary methods once predicted on Earth? Undoubtedly for the reason that the adversaries have already achieved in the realm of biological weaponry, too, the power to wipe out the entire biosphere, just as previously that could be accomplished by an exchange of nuclear blows. Consequently, no one now will be the first to use either type of arms. As for the crypto-military macro alternative, i.e. bringing down pseudo-natural elemental disasters upon the enemy through climate or seismic tampering, such things may have taken place but could provide no strategic solution, because anyone who is himself able to act crypto-militarily will recognize similar actions taken against him by the enemy. After which introduction, the authors presented their model of cosmic war. The model began with a sphere, Quinta, at the center. In the distant past, local wars had become global wars, and they in turn were followed by a race to invent improved weapons on land, sea, and in the air. The atom bomb put an end to the great conventional wars. From then on, the Cold War race had three components: instruments of destruction, instruments providing linkage between them, and the instruments directed against the first two. The creation of a cosmic war sphere suggested presence of operational centers that responded with technological innovation to the advances of the adversaries, as well as to the obsolescence both of existing arsenals and the methods of coordinating their deployment. Each of these stages had its limit or barrier. Every time the antagonists come to a barrier, a temporary balance of forces would ensue. Then one of the sides would attempt to break the barrier. The barrier of the pre-cosmic phase would be a situation in which each side was able to locate and destroy the enemy's devices, those serving to deal the first blow, and also those for retaliating after an attack. Toward the end of this phase, ballistic missiles of global range placed deep in the planet's crust, and mobile launchers on land or launchers hidden underwater, whether on submarine units or set on the ocean floor, all became vulnerable to destruction. In such a mutual strike equilibrium, the weakest link was the communication system put out into space by reconnaissance and tracking satellites, spy satellites, and the link between these headquarters and the combat units. In order to put that satellite system beyond the reach of a surprise attack that could disrupt or blind it, the next system was created in a higher orbit. In this way, the war sphere expanded. The larger it grew, the more vulnerable to disruption became its link with the control centers on the ground. The centers sought to avert this threat. As sea islands were unsinkable aircraft carriers in the era of conventional battle, so the nearest globe, the moon, became an indestructible base for the side that was the first to take possession of it militarily. Because there was only one moon, no sooner did one side occupy it than the other, to remove this new threat, either had to concentrate on ways to stop communication between the planet and moon, or else had to dislodge the enemy from the moon by invasion. If the forces of the invaders and defenders of the lunar fortress were roughly equal, no one could assume complete control of the body. Most likely this is what happened when the unilateral installation of the base was in progress. Those put in check and had to abandon the moon, but those giving check did not have the strength enough to occupy it. The retreat might have had another reason, too: new developments in the disruption of distance communication. If that came about, the moon would lose strategic value as an extra-planetary headquarters for military operations. An abstract model of cosmic war was a multi-phase space with critical transition surfaces from one phase, when fully achieved, to the next, expanding astronomically. Now, the war sphere would impose on the antagonists methods of combat unprecedented in their history. The single strategically optimal reaction to the adversary's acquisition of the ability to disrupt all connections between the operational centers and their bases and weapons on land, sea, and in the air and in space was to give greater combat autonomy to one's own weapons and bases. The result was that all the centers saw the futility of having headquarters coordinate operations. The question arose: how to continue offensive-defensive strategies without being in contact with one's own forces in space. No one blocked his own channels of reconnaissance and command. This occurred as a result of the so-called mirror effect. A did unto B as A would rather not have been done unto, disrupting his communications, and was paid in the same coin. After vying in accuracy and power in ballistic missiles, it became necessary to vie in communication shielding. The first competition had been the amassing of means of destruction and the threat of their use. The second was a communications war. Battles waged to disrupt and preserve communication were real, though involving no destruction or bloodshed, gradually filling radio channels with noise. The adversaries lost track of their own deployed weapons as well as of the armaments of the enemy. Did this mean that the paralysis of the command centers led to the transfer of the battle into space, where continual attacks and counterattacks were carried out by weapons made independent? Was the objective of these autonomous weapons the destruction of the enemy's orbiters? Not at all. The communications war continued to have priority. The enemy had to be blinded everywhere. First, there is the uncrossable threshold on the head-on collision of forces on the planet, the power of the payloads, ballistic accuracy, and the potential consequence of both, a fatal nuclear winter, meant the inevitable cessation of war. Able to do nothing else, the enemies mutually destroyed their knowledge of their arsenals. All bands of radio waves were jammed. The entire capacity of the channels of transmission was filled with noise. In a fairly short period of time, the race became a contest between the forces of jamming and the forces of intelligence gathering and command signaling. But this escalation, too, penetrating the noise with stronger signals, and in turn jamming the signals with stronger noise, resulted in an impasse. For a while, maser and laser communication still developed, but paradoxically, the electronic warfare, because of the increase in emissive power, led to a stalemate here too. Lasers powerful enough to pierce the defenses yielded not intelligence, but destruction. Speaking metaphorically, it was as if a blind man in a mist waved his white cane with greater and greater vigor, until the instrument serving to orient him turned instead into a club. Foreseeing an approaching stalemate, each side worked to produce weapons that would possess tactical and then strategic autonomy. The implements of battle acquired independence from their builders, operators, and control centers. Had the prime objective of these weapons now hurtling into space been to destroy their antagonist counterparts, the clash, unleashed at any point, whatever in the sphere, would have set off a battle royale, like a prairie fire, spreading to the surface of the planet itself, which would have led to a global exchange of blows of the greatest power, i.e. to extinction. Therefore, these weapons were not supposed to enter into violent confrontations. They were to put each other into check. And if they had to destroy, to do so by stealth like infections, and not by bombs. Their machine intelligence attempted to win over the intelligence of enemy weaponry, to stun it, or with the help of so-called reprogramming microviruses to cause the desertion of the other side's orbiters, which in terrestrial history had an ancient analog in the form of janissaries, children whom the Turks took from attacked nations and incorporated into their own army. This model of the war sphere was a gross oversimplification. Every phase of its growth might be accompanied by incursions, infiltrations, terrorist acts, and maneuvers that, like fates, were designed to lead the deceived enemy into an error that would be highly costly for him or even self-destructive. Both cable communication and electronic pulse devices allowed the adversaries on the planet to preserve a centralized system of headquarters at a certain range, a range that we could not determine because it would vary depending on technological innovation. In the dictionary of our concepts, there was no expression for the war sphere of the Quinton type, for it was neither war nor peace, but a permanent conflict that bound together the enemies and drained their resources. Could one then categorize the war sphere as a cosmic variant of a war of attrition, in which the side that lost was the one weaker in raw materials, energy, or inventions? To this conventional question came an unconventional answer. The inhabitants of the planet did not possess unlimited resource of minerals or inexhaustible sources of energy. Although this limited the duration of the conflict, it promised victory to no one. The model of the final phase was simply a star. A star, as everyone knew, owed its existence to the thermonuclear fusion of hydrogen into helium, a reaction that took place in its core at pressures and temperatures in the millions. When all the hydrogen was burned in the center, the star began to contract. Its gravity compressed it, raising the temperature at the center, which then made possible nuclear reactions of carbon. At the same time, around the inner sphere of the helium, the ash of the consumed hydrogen, the remainder of the hydrogen continued to react in the spherical front. The fire expanded more and more within the star. Finally, the dynamic equilibrium was destroyed, and the star threw off its outer envelopes of gas with great violence, much as in an aging sun, where the sphere expanded because of successive syntheses of hydrogen into helium, helium into carbon, and so on. The interplanetary sphere of the war zone arose surface on surface according to the stages reached in the arms race. At the center, i.e. on Quinta, a minimum of military communication continued to exist on each side. Away from the center, autonomous weapon systems operated, keeping themselves in mutual check. Their independence was limited, of course, by the programmers at headquarters, who kept them from setting off a chain reaction that would bring the fire of battle to the planet itself. The programmers, however, found themselves increasingly on the horns of a dilemma. The more sophisticated were the weapons hurled into space by the adversaries, the greater the offensive-defensive sovereignty that had to be given to those weapons. Both digital and analog simulations of the war sphere, projected at least 100 years into the future, did not yield any single valued solution. Nevertheless, on the basis of variance run through the computer, the authors of the model posited the existence of a restriction threshold in the programming of autonomous fighting systems. Above that threshold, weapons that were only independent could become insubordinate. This image, departing from the model of a star, approached the model of natural evolution. Autonomous weapons were like the lower organisms, provided with aggressiveness, which was held in rein by the instinct for self-preservation. Insubordinate weapons would be the primates, who had acquired the ability to invent and from merely cunning or quick-witted creatures became the initiators of wholly new kinds of activity. Such weapons freed themselves from the indirect supervision of the builders. In saying that the builders ended up in the horns of a dilemma, the authors believed that the defeat threatened both those who curbed their weapons' growth and intelligence and those who spurred on that growth. Either way, as the war sphere spread, it lost dynamic stability, and though its fate was not amenable to a single valued prediction, that fate went beyond the interests of the sides that had begun the struggle. But such a state of affairs was still far off. The flashes observed by the Eurydice could have been skirmishes between highly advanced combat units in the periphery of the Zeta system. Their clashes at a distance of billions of miles from Quinta meant that the authentic battles could take place on fronts that were astronomically removed from the planet. There the war could sometimes turn hot. It might also in the future take unpredictable jumps into the heart of the war sphere. No one versed in post-Clausewitzian strategy could really expect a victorious conclusion to the conflict. Yet the professional Strategists found themselves in the forced position of a player who cannot leave the table because he has thrown all his capital into the game. It was precisely in this that the enemies mirrored each other. The once important question of who began the arms race lost all significance. Peaceful or aggressive intentions of the warring sides could no longer be distinguished in the conflict. The game boded ill for all the participants, and the only victory possible would be Pyrrhic. Within this framework, what were the prospects for contact? The authors did not know. So far, on the cosmic chessboard moved black and white pieces of comparable power, not entering into battle but only giving check. On the other hand, completely new and unknown pieces appeared, and were tested by battle, tested by small encounters like ancient skirmishes. Or possibly it was not the planet, not its nations, governments, or headquarters, that had attacked the Hermes, but mechanisms to which the Hermes was a foreign body, a thing large, technological, and unknown. The Hermes would have been, then, not a wayfarer fallen upon by bandits, but an infection confronted by defending lymphocytes within an organism. The limitations on the arms race were few. Old combat orbiters could be pulled down to the planet and recycled. As for weapons of the viroid type, micro-miniaturized parasites. I'm sorry. I laugh when I see that word because it's like, it takes up so much space, and yet it's like such a contradiction. Like, what it means makes it like small, but it's so. Anyway, self-cohering molecules drawing energy from the sun required tremendous engineering inventiveness, but little raw material. Polisar, Rotmont, and Al-Salam concluded by summarizing their conception of Quinta as a mighty artifact of a continuing struggle for supremacy. This artificial organism, a war sphere with a radius of 7 billion miles, could be viewed as a system eaten by cancer. Its cosmic organs were, to a greater or lesser extent, malignant metastases of conflict. But here the analogy to a living creature broke down, because that whole, even its beginning, had never been healthy. It was infected at birth with the antagonism of technologies taking aim at one another. It had no normal tissues. Its dynamic equilibrium was made possible and maintained by its mutually counteracting tumors. In order to preserve a specific balance, the tumors had to be able to recognize each other. Wherever new, radically different growths might appear, among the inner planets or the outer, they would be instantly disarmed, checked, or converted, the janissary enlistment of them, by technological antibodies whose purpose was not to cure, there being no patient or doctor, but to keep the dynamic status quo ante a stalemate. If so, the Hermes had first come upon the remains of an ancient battle, and then entered a mind region, which triggered the sudden nocturnal attack. With this theory, the lack of response to the ambassador became understandable. If the abandonment of contact was not to be considered, then one had to declare all the tactics developed by SETI useless and seek other, more promising lines of action. The authors of the war sphere model could not say if any successful tactic existed. They were in favor of departing from the prepared program and trying strategies that had no precedent. The paper was also signed by Harrach and Kirsting. This meant what else? Yet another council. Though the Hermes had made up its power loss, Steergard felt that their position in peripheral orbit was the safest and maneuvered so that the ship would remain above Zeta, using the heat to power its own refrigeration. Because the orbit was forced, not stationary, with respect to either the sun or Quinta, the considerable thrust provided them with gravity. Accompanying Harrach to the meeting, Timp remarked that space travel was made up of catastrophes averted at the last minute and long conferences. Nakamura was the first to criticize the model of war sphere grown independent of its planet. Military devices might indeed disobey their creators when far from Quinta, but operational headquarters continued to function at closer range. Otherwise, the Gabriel would not have met with a coordinated attack from two sides. The ocean of the northern hemisphere, with its white cap of polar ice, separated the two continents, the western, called Australia, twice the size of Africa, and the eastern, Hyparia, so designated because of its shape, which resembled a flattened liver. Going by the pictures taken during the Gabriel's flight, the Gabriel was supposed to have landed near a star-like structure on Hyparia. Nakamura established the starting points of the rockets. Both were at the equator, but on opposite landmasses. True, they were obscured by clouds, and the rockets did not show, taking off the typical exhaust flame, but he believed that either they had been catapulted or their drive had been a negligible thermal component. Whether thrown by silent engines or those employing a cold particle beam drive, the missiles heated upon breaking the sound barrier, which allowed one to trace the thermal part of their trails and extrapolate back to their launchers. The fact that they emerged from the clouds almost simultaneously, two from the east and two from the west, was evidence of a prior synchronization of action and therefore a cooperation between command centers on both continents. The authors of the model did not agree with the tack thus reconstructed, and indeed, Nakamura was not able to prove such a course of events because the atmosphere of Quinta swarmed with points of heat, which were thought to be produced by ice chunks falling into it from the slowly crumbling ring. Nakamura, they said, had chosen such points as could be attributed with a bit of will and wishing to the paths of the rockets. The quality of the images obtained by the ship was poor, since the Hermes had gathered them from probes dispatched like electronic eyes while it hid behind the moon at the Periloon. Moreover, thousands of satellites orbited Quinta, some in the direction of the planet's spin and some in the opposite direction, but this revealed nothing of their origin. The adversaries could have launched their military satellites co-rotationally or anti-rotationally. The fact that the satellites neither collided nor fought strengthened the authors of the Alienated Warsphere in their conviction that the game remained cold and was based on checking, not destroying, the battle devices of the enemy. Okay. I must have stopped reading at the beginning of the page. Not destroying the battle devices of the enemy. Once the satellites began to strike at each other, the Cold War would enter the phase of heated escalation. For that reason, the authors held, the antagonistic orbiters stayed in check. In order to preserve the balance of forces, the space systems on both sides had to be able to identify each other. The Gabriel, however, was a foreign intruder and was therefore attacked. Brabant illustrated this point with an example. Two dogs growl at each other, but let a rabbit appear, and off they go side by side, chasing it. Polisar, in spite of this, sided with Nakamura. True, it was not known whether the Gabriel was to have been captured by the rockets of one continent or of both continents, but the attack did take place with a precision that indicated planning. The signal sent by the ambassador had been received on the planet beyond any doubt. The lack of an answer, however, did not mean inaction or passivity. Stiergard did not take sides in the debate. The question of whether the Gabriel had been subjected to an attack planned by Quinta or undertaken by independent orbiters he considered of secondary importance. In either case, the planet was refusing contact. The real question was whether or not contact could be forced. By persuasion, no, said Harak, nor by carrying out the original program. The more landers we send down, the more encounters we'll have. They'll convert our emissaries into defensive units until the overtures end with a rout or a battle. Since we don't want a battle and retreat is out of the question, we should drop all this delicate poking and prodding and show a little backbone instead. You can't make friends with a gorilla or pacify it by cautiously tugging on its tail. Gorillas don't have tails, said Kirsten. A crocodile, then. You know what I mean. The only thing left for us is a show of strength. If anyone has a better idea, let him speak. No one spoke. Do you have a specific plan? Asked Steerguard. Yes, which is cavitation of the moon. The maximum effect with the minimum harm. They'll see it from the planet, but won't feel it. I had the idea some time ago. Deuce did the calculations for me just now. The moon will come apart in such a way that the pieces stay in orbit. The center of mass will not be changed. Why? Asked the Dominican. Because the fragments will be circling Quinta along the same path as the moon. The planet and the moon constitute a double system, and since the planet is much heavier, the center of rotation is located close to it. I forget the numbers. In any case, the dynamic distribution of the mass does not change. The gravitational tides will change, Nakamura put in. You took that into account? Deuce did. The lithosphere will not move. At most, some shallow seismic foci will be activated. Okay, I don't know that word. Foci. The rise and fall of the oceans will become weaker, that is all. And what good will this do? Asked Arago. It will be not only a show of strength, but a message. We'll send them a warning first. Shall I go into the details? Keep it brief, said the captain. I don't want anyone to see me as a monster, said the first pilot with studied calm. At the very beginning we showed them the calculus of logic and conjunctions of the type if A then B, if not A then C, and so on. We will tell them, if you do not answer our signals, we will destroy your moon, and this will be the first warning. We are determined, we want contact, and then once more everything that the ambassador has already beamed to them. That we come in peace and that they are presently engaged in some conflict. We will maintain neutrality in it. Father Arago can read everything through. These announcements hang in the control room, and each member of the crew has received a copy. I read it, said Arago, and what happens then? We let that depend on their response. Do you think we ought to set a time limit? Asked Rotmont. That would make it an ultimatum. Call it what you like, we don't have to give a precise time. It should be enough to tell them how long we will refrain from action. Besides retreat, are there other proposals? Asked Steerguard. No? Who is in favor of Harrach's plan? Polisar, Tempe, Harrach, Al-Salam, and Rotmont raised their hands. Nakamura hesitated. Finally, T2 raised his hand. Are you aware that they might answer before the deadline and not in signals? Asked Steerguard. The 10 of them sat around a large slab supported like a table with one leg. On the open work intersection of the girders that separated the upper gravitational control room from the navigational, which was now empty. Only the flickering of the monitors above the console set along the walls, now brightening, now dimming, filled the space beneath them with moving light and shadow. Entirely possible, agreed Temp. My Latin isn't as good as Father Arago's. Had I come here simply out of an urge to come, I would not have voted for. But we here are not 10 astronauts. If the Hermes was attacked, after all its efforts at peaceful contact, that means that Earth was attacked. Because Earth sent us here, therefore Earth has the right to say through us. I don't know how to pronounce that. Nemo me impune necessit. I don't know. I probably butchered it. Sorry. 5 chapters left. Hmm. That is interesting. Like maybe it's kind of along those lines in a way. Um, it's kind of uh I don't want to spoil this book for you if you have not read it. Um, there's a plot twist near the end, but you might kind of already be guessing it. Um, there, I didn't realize there was actually kind of a hint of it already, so that's really cool. But there's a plot twist at the end that's like it's funny. It shouldn't be funny. It is funny, but yeah. I don't know if I had all of the water yet. Yep, I did. Hmm. I don't know if I should get more water or not. That's strange. Can you still hear me? Okay. That worried me for a moment because I was looking at the where the microphone icon is, and it didn't look like it was moving at all. I was like, oh no. What if something happened and it's like, what if the microphone isn't picking up? Oh, I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I might have a little bit of water since it's been probably about an hour since I had water. And it's good to have. It's good to drink some water while you're reading. Mm. Sorry. Paroxysm. Sidereal operations as phenomena of astronomical proportions cannot be for the observer, despite the power liberated in them, an experience as profoundly moving as a flood or a typhoon. Even an earthquake, a thing submicroscopic on the scale of stars, exceeds the capacity of the human senses. True terror, or true enchantment, is produced in man by events that are neither too vast nor too minute. One cannot experience a star as one does a stone or diamond. The least of the stars, an ocean of oceans of eternal fire, even at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, becomes a wall of heat that outruns its horizons, and at close range it loses all shape, breaking up into chaotic vortices of blinding flame. It is only from a great distance that the cooler funnels in the chromosphere dwindle to sunspots. But this same rule, making it impossible to experience immensity, operates in human affairs. One can feel compassion for the agony of an individual, of a family, but the extermination of thousands or millions of beings is a numerical abstraction whose existential content cannot be absorbed. And thus the cavitational sundering of a heavenly body, be it planet or moon, presents a curiously undramatic spectacle. It not only takes place with dreamy slowness, but because of its soundlessness, seems make believe, particularly since to behold it and not perish one must watch through a telescope or on the screen of a monitor. The sidereal surgeons viewed the developing explosion through filters placed in succession on the apertures of the lenses in order to follow closely each stage of the disintegration. As a result, the image shown selectively in monochromatic bands of the spectrum, not yellow as straw, not red as cinnabar, gave the effect of a child's kaleidoscope and not of a superhuman cataclysm. Quinta was silent to the 0 hour. The cavitation of the moon was to be induced by 18 missiles. They would travel from a distant circle toward its equatorial surface along trajectories of the involute type. Unfortunately, it turned out that Deuce was right in putting this operation outside the category of certain predictable enterprises. Had all the warheads hit the crust of the barren body at the same angle, had they converged around its heavy core, tunneling straight down like bullets, had they converted, with precision programmed to the second, that still hot semi-molten core to get into gas, The chunks of the shattered moon, compared with which the Himalayas would be as crumbs, would have distributed themselves along the previous orbit, and the shock wave of suddenly liberated power would have caused only minor quakes, pushing the ocean to the continental shelves in a series of long tsunamis. But Quinta interfered. Three of the Hermes' missiles, traveling moonward from the side of the planet, encountered heavy ballistic rockets. Crushing these into blazing clouds of gas, the missiles gave premature ignition to the sidereal charges they carried. As a result, the planned concentration of blows in the lunar core did not come about, and the cavitation took place eccentrically. Part of the southern crust and masses of deep rock began to tumble like an avalanche toward Quinta, and the rest, about 6/7 of the moon, went into a higher orbit. The reason was that the sidereals were supposed to have penetrated to the core along spirals, the cislunar missiles pushing the crumbling globe toward the sun and the translunar toward the planet. But since it was precisely the intercepted ones that were to have protected the planet from a flood of meteors, about 100 trillion tons of mountain formations fell toward Quinta in a multitude of elliptical trajectories. A portion burned up from atmospheric friction, but the largest fragments, trillions of tons, fell in a wide pattern into the ocean, and those at the edge bombarded the shores of Australia. The planet took pieces of the moon in its side like a blast of buckshot at a sharp angle. Within 2/100 of a second after the detonation of the cavitational warheads, the moon was wrapped in a yellowish cloud so dense that it seemed to swell, then very gradually, as if in slow motion, it began to come apart, splitting into irregular pieces like an orange torn by invisible claws, and from the cracks in the crust shot long streams of heat as bright as the sun. In the 8th second of cavitation, billowing the shock waves of flame gave the rent moon the appearance of a burning bush in space. The light made the nearest stars pale. In the control room, everyone froze before the mirrors. The only sound was the ticking of the chronometers, counting as the selenoclasm progressed. Out of the coiling flame flew, enveloped in dust and dispersing like grape-shot, Alps, Cordilleras, Vesuviuses, until that monstrous cloud slowly began to open, and its initially round shape changed, lengthened. It was not necessary to look at the instruments to know that in a few hours the moon would start falling to the planet, whether luckily or unluckily. It hit far from the ice ring. It was not until midnight that a deflected swarm of fragments and collisions that sparkled like fireworks just above the atmosphere intersected the plane of ice. Thus did the show of strength go awry and conclude in cataclysm. A cosmic eschatology. In the afternoon of the following day, Steergard summoned Nakamura and both pilots. Immediately after the catastrophe, the Hermes had lifted above the ecliptic, its maneuvering engine on full power to remove itself from the countless lunar fragments. It took a parabolic course in the direction of the sun, but left behind radio probes and transmitters. These sent communiques which showed that actually Quinta had pulled the debris of the broken moon down upon itself, because its salvo of ballistic rockets had interfered with the cavitation in such a way that the resulting eccentricity of the process backfired on the planet. The effects observed optically through the ship by now had tripled its distance from Quinta were horrible. From the oceanic epicenter spread tidal waves. Masses of water 100 times higher than normal inundated the nearby eastern coast of Hyparia, and in a 1,000-mile front submerged Hyparia's great plain. The ocean went deep into the land and did not retreat completely, creating lakes the size of seas because the lithospheric plate above Quinta's mantle had buckled, and water filled the new depressions formed on the surface. At the same time, billions of tons of water Thrust in steam vapor up above the stratosphere covered the face of the planet with a solid shroud of clouds. Only the thin ice ring gleamed above it in the sun like a razor. Steergard asked Nakamura for a report on the SGs taken continually of the selenoclasm. Immediately after the selenoclasm, he had ordered the heaviest magnetron units launched and put into orbit around Quinta, on opposite sides of the planet. These were veritable giants with sidereal feeders. Each possessed a mass of 7,000 tons. For protection against possible attacks, Steergard had them surrounded with coherent gravity guns, single-use gracers that, according to the plan established by SETI, were to have served to annihilate any asteroids the Hermes encountered on the way to Quinta. The vessel was unable, because of its near-light speed, to maneuver around obstacles that the protective shields would not withstand. Before Nakamura made his report, Steergard unexpectedly turned to the second pilot and asked him where he had learned the old Latin slogan, which he had closed the last council. Tinbei could not remember. "I can't imagine that you were ever a classic scholar. You probably read Poe's Cask of Amontillado." The pilot shook his head ruefully. "Maybe." "Poe? The writer of fantastic tales? I doubt it, but I don't recall what I read before Titan. Is it important?" "That we will see, but not now. Let's hear the results." Nakamura had hardly opened his mouth when Steergard interrupted. "Was the equipment attacked?" "Twice. Gracers destroyed about 50 rockets. Holenbach curvature halted SG reception, but without damage to the image. Their origin? The continent that was hit, but the rockets came from outside the disaster area." "More specifically?" 4 places in a mountain system 15 degrees below the Arctic Circle. The launchers were subterranean, their sites fortified with imitation rock. There are many there in the meridional belts, all the way to the equator. The pictures uncovered over 1,000. There are undoubtedly more, but the easiest to observe were those that stood perpendicular to the pulse field. The planet turns, but the field does not. With continuous spinoscopy, you get a complete worthless image, as if a man, X-rayed, were to turn during the exposure. Therefore, we went over to the microsecond snapshot tomography. So far, we've accumulated about 15 million frames. I wanted to wait until the end, that is, for one full revolution of the planet, and only then hand over the tapes to Deuce. "I understand," said Steergard. "Deuce hasn't tallied up the pictures?" "Not yet. I was able to take an overall look at the hourly composites of the tomograms." "Then you do have something. Go ahead. I'd like you to see the sharpest SGs for yourself. A verbal description cannot be objective. Almost everything visible on the film gives grounds for a particular interpretation, but not for any definite diagnosis." "All right." They rose. Nakamura inserted the disc into the MV and its monitor lit up. Across the screen ran trails, blurred and trembling. The physicist fiddled with the tuning for a moment. The picture darkened, and they saw a circular spectrum with a black round spot in the center, and an unevenly bright perimeter. Nakamura shifted the picture until the planet's surface was on the bottom half of the screen. Above the curve of the lithosphere, which was opaque and black, lay in the same bent band a whitish mist, thickest along the horizon, the atmosphere, with microscopic floccules that were clouds. The physicist changed the spectrum, going from the lighter to the heavier elements. The gases of the atmosphere vanished as if blown away, and the darkness of the continual plate, impenetrable before, now began to brighten. Tinbei stood between Harak and the captain, eyes glued to the screen. He had learned about planetary spinoscopy while still on board the Eurydice, but had never seen it applied. A nuclear imaging instrument of astronomic range placed the planet within a bowl of magnetic fields of flux density equal at the peaks of the pulse to the magnetosphere of a micropulsar. The planet was probed through and through, and the resulting images, created by the spin resonance of the atoms, could be sectioned, tomographed by by concentrating the field on successive layers of the globe, beginning with the surface and working down to the hotter and hotter strata of the mantle and the core. As a microtome cut frozen tissues so they could be examined in sequence beneath a microscope, so a nucleoscope made possible the taking of pictures that showed layer by layer the internal structure of a celestial body, unobtainable by either radar or neutrino sounding. For radar, a planet was completely opaque; for a stream of neutrinos, too transparent; therefore nothing but magnetocoherent multipolar spinoscopy allowed one to look within celestial bodies, granted only those that had cooled, such as moons and planets. Tempe had read on the subject. The magnetic potentials, focused by remote control, oriented the spins of the atomic nuclei along the lines of force. When the field was switched off, the nuclei gave back the energy imposed on them. Each element of the periodic table then vibrated according to its own resonance. The picture recorded in the receptor was a nuclear portrait in cross-section, where sextillions of atoms performed the role of the dots in an ordinary half-tone photo engraving. The advantage of high-powered nuclear imaging was its harmlessness for the material objects examined, which included living beings. The disadvantage was that applying such power one could not conceal the source of the transmission. Following the instructions of the physicists, Deuces filtered the pictures, each layer and section, for SGs of elements that were particularly suited for technological use. This choice was based on assumption that was not entirely certain, but it was the only one available. The analogy, at least partial, between the quinton and the terrestrial technospheres, and indeed, deep in the crust of the illuminated globe, appeared a vague network of vanadiums, chromiums, and platinums. In the platinum group, including osmium and iridium, the subsurface threads of copper suggested power lines. SGs of the region affected by synoclasm showed chaotic microfoci of devastation, and the cross-section of the star-like construct called Medusa resembled rubble and the traces of the Uranides. Calcium was also found there. For ruins of dwellings there was too little calcium, and the ground showed no sedimentary rock whatever. Hence the guess that these were the remains of millions of living beings, who before their death or after it had been subjected to radioactive contamination, since a high percentage of the calcium was an isotope found only in the skeletons of irradiated vertebrates. For all its cruelty, this discovery, still of course not conclusive evidence, offered a glimmer of hope. They had no way of knowing yet whether the population of Quinto was made up of living creatures, or possibly non-biological automata, the heirs of an extinct civilization. One could not rule out the grim hypothesis that the arms race, having exterminated life with perhaps a few remaining souls huddled in shelters or caves, was being carried on by life's mechanical successors. This was precisely what Stiergard had feared most. From the first encounters, though he kept the fear to himself, he considered possible a course of historical events whereby over centuries of operations a living force became replaced by military machines, not only in space, which they had already seen, but also on the planet. War automata, possessing no instinct for self-preservation, designed for suicidal combat, which would hardly be amenable to entering into any kind of negotiations with a cosmic intruder. Although command centers, even if totally computerized, still should be guided by self-preservation. Yet if their sole directive was to achieve supremacy through strategic operations, they would not allow themselves to be put into the role of negotiators either. The chance of living beings communicating with living beings, on the other hand, was greater than zero. The optimism that resulted from examining SGs through possible recognition of hecatombs, 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 piles of skeletons because of the relation of calcium to its isotope was subdued. It would have been hard to go. Sorry. I just, I don't know why I was like... starting to second guess myself on how you pronounce it. It would have been hard to call it a devout wish. While the pilots and the captain were listening to Nakamura, who provided explanations for the critical pictures, with the caution that most of this was just conjecture, the intercom buzzed. The captain lifted the receiver. "Steerguard here." They heard the voice but could not make out the words. When the speaker finished, Steerguard did not respond immediately. "Very well, right now? Come on over then." He put down the receiver, turned to them, and said, "Arago." "Should we leave?" Tenbei asked. "No, stay," and added, as if unintentionally, "It won't be a confession." The Dominican entered in white, though not in his monk's habit. He had on a long white sweater. That he wore a cross under it was revealed only by the dark string around his neck. Seeing those present, he halted at the door. "I didn't realize that the captain was holding council. Have a seat, Reverend Father." "This is not a council. The time for parliamentary procedure and voting is past." And as if that sounded more brusque than he intended, he added, "I didn't want this, but the hard facts are not concerned with what I want. Please everyone sit." They sat because although he had delivered his last sentence with a smile, it was in order. The monk had expected a private conversation, or perhaps he was taken aback by the peremptory ring to Steerguard's words. Guessing the reasons for Arago's hesitation, the captain said, "It's French. C'est le temps qui fait la chanson. But I didn't compose the tune. I tried to play it pianissimo. It ended up being played on the trumpets of Jericho," replied the monk. "But perhaps we can put aside these musical metaphors? Of course, let's speak plainly. Rotemont was here an hour ago, and I know the gist of the conversation, the exegesis. Now let's stick with conversation that Deuce occasioned. It concerned astrobiology." "Not only," said the Dominican. "I know, and therefore I ask in what capacity my visitor presents himself." "The See of Peter, yes, in partibus infidelium, or perhaps in partibus demonis. I say this in reference to the memorable remark, not that of the doctor of astrobiology, but of Father Arago on the Eurydice in Ter Harab's cabin. I was there, I heard and remembered, and now you have my attention. I see here the same pictures that Rotemont explained to me. Deuce indeed has occasioned my visit." "The calcium hypothesis?" asked the captain. "Yes, Rotemont inquired whether a line in the spectral analysis of certain points was or was not an isotope of calcium. Deuce could not rule out the possibility. I know the particulars. If those are bones, they're bones in the millions. A mountain of bodies. The critical place is a large complex of buildings, no doubt a Quentin Center," said the monk. He seemed paler than usual. "A museum with a radius of 50 miles? Hardly likely. Genocide, then. A cemetery for a murdered nation is not a scene unprecedented in our history. Anyway, the founders of the SETI project did not have in mind contact with intelligence upon a battlefield littered with the corpses of the host." "The situation is a good deal worse than that," answered Steerguard. "No, let me speak. I repeat, something worse took place than a catastrophe brought about by a series of coincidences no one wanted. I did say that the planet might respond to our ultimatum before the deadline, but not in signals. The other side, suspicious, could have opted for a counter-offensive, but I did not dream that with full premeditation they would pull the cavitated moon down upon themselves. We became mass murderers, according to the maxim of a certain Italian heretic. Because of excess virtue, the forces of hell prevail. How am I to understand this? Said Arago, astounded. Using the canons of physics, we announced that we would shatter their moon as a demonstration of our superiority, and we gave assurances that this sidereal operation would cause them no harm. Having experts in celestial mechanics, they knew that with the smallest investment of energy one could break apart a planet by increasing the gravity at its core. They knew that only an explosion that was focused exactly at the moon's center of mass would not change the orbit of the resulting fragments. Had they intercepted our sidereals from the solar side of the moon, or at its front along a tangent to the orbit, the broken pieces would have been driven to a higher orbit. Only the interception of our missiles in the hemisphere facing Quinta had to pull the eccentric product of the cavitation down upon themselves. How can I believe such a thing? You're saying that they wanted to use our help to commit suicide? I say nothing. The facts speak. Their action, I admit, looks like madness, but a recreation of the cataclysm reveals its logic. We began the selenoclasm at the moment when the sun was rising over the Hyparia and setting on Australia. The ballistic missiles directed our sidereals were launched from the part of Hyparia that was still behind the terminator. In other words, in the night. They required 5 hours to reach the perilune and strike our rockets to keep us from destroying the missiles in time. The Quintans put them into an elliptical orbit, an orbit from which they could drop to the moon some 12 minutes before the selenoclasm. There was no way around it. Their missiles ambushed ours. Moving along the ellipse segment farthest from Quinta and closest to the moon, all attacked our sidereals, which were unshielded because we had not believed such a counteraction possible. I myself thought at first that the catastrophe had been caused by their miscalculation, but an analysis of the sequence of events rules out the chance of error. No, I cannot understand it, said Arago. Although, one moment, does this mean that one side had attempted to direct the blow at the other? Even that would not have been so bad, said Steergard. As far as the general headquarters is concerned during a war, any maneuver that discomfits the enemy is worthwhile and appropriate, but because they could not know the power of our sidereals, or the time the selenoclasm would begin, or the initial velocity of the splitting masses of the moon, they had to take into account that the dispersion pattern of the rocks might include their own territory as well. The Reverend Father is surprised? He doesn't believe me? The Physica de Motivus Celestis is the star witness in this case. Look at the situation from the point of view of the generals of 100-year war. A cosmic intruder appears above the battlefield with an olive branch. It wishes to establish friendly relations with the civilization. Instead of responding attack for attack, it shows restraint. It remains peaceable. It will not attack, then it must be made to. Does the population of the planet learn what really happened? Massacred, how can it doubt what its governments tell it? That the intruder is a ruthless, infinitely cruel aggressor? Did not the intruder level cities, unbomb all the continents, shattering the moon for that purpose? Their own casualties, blamed on the intruder. If we share the guilt, it is from undue innocence, because we did not foresee such a turn of events. Retreat after what has happened would leave the planet in the belief that our expedition was an attempt at murderous invasion. Therefore, we do not withdraw, Reverend Father. The stake of the game was high to begin with. They have raised it, forcing us to play on. Contact at any price? Asked the Dominican in white. At the highest that we can pay, since I have ruffled our apostolic delegate with the announcement that the time for democracy, voting, shilly-shallying, is past. I think I should explain why, as I assume sole command and therefore sole responsibility for ourselves and for them I will be taking this game to its conclusion. Shall I explain? Please do. Steerguard went over to one of the wall lockers in his cabin, opened it, and said, as he looked for something in the pigeonholes, "The thought of a non-local war expanded into space occurred to me after the catching of the Rex behind Juno, and not to me alone. On the principle of prima non nocere, I kept it to myself so as not to infect the crew with defeatism. It's known from the history of ancient voyages, Columbus's, the polar expeditions, how easily an isolated group of the best people can become a threat to themselves through the influence of an individual, particularly if that individual is one on whom they count, as if he were made of even better stuff than they. Therefore, I discuss this worst possibility only with Deuce. Here are the recordings of those discussions. From a small padded container that resembled a jeweler's box for precious stones, he took a few memory crystals and inserted one in the slot of the reproducer. His voice filled the room. How are we to establish contact with Quinta if there are blocks there, locked in battle for years? Provide the limits of the indecisional space. It is strategically incalculable without starting parameters. Assume two, then three antagonists of approximately equal military potential with certain destruction of all in the case of heated escalation. The data remain insufficient. Give a minimax evaluation and a non-numerical approximation. The value in approximations is also indeterminate. Nevertheless, give a stochastically weighted cluster of alternatives. That demands additional assumptions. They will be arbitrary and unsubstantiated. I know. Go ahead. For two antagonists on opposite continents, send two transmitters. In the atmospheric window of the infrared, with point-sharp collimation. Both should have anti-radar camouflage and be self-directed at the planet's radio stations. This tactic takes for granted a thing that is open to question, because the antagonists may be not on opposite continents, but in mutual possession of the same territory, both horizontally and vertically. In what way? If, for example, they have entered the atomic phase with greater saber rattling, and each side takes aim at the enemy's population, making it hostage, threatening attack or reprisal, they fortify the means of thrust and parry, and when saturation occurs, move underground. Their territories may be located far beneath the earth, like interlocking mines at many depths and levels. It's turning into the city of Ember. The same can happen above the atmosphere. Does an expansion of that type make contact impossible? It rules out the tactic proposed because with such an arrangement, contact will not have separate addressees. Assume that there is no such subterranean colonization with each side undermining the other. Where is the boundary to be drawn between the antagonists? The meridian in the center of the ocean. That is simplest, but completely arbitrary. Go ahead. Very well. Assume the sending of probes, the signal emission, the delivery of the mail, and that they have received the codes transmitted and have mastered them. This assumption gives me a minimax fork. Send both sides the identical request for contact, either with a guarantee of neutrality, which is genuine, or with a guarantee of exclusive support, which is false. You mean tell each side that we are addressing the other at the same time, or else assure it that we are approaching only it for contact? Yes. Give the risk weighing of the branches. Honesty yields better chances if the message goes to the wrong address, and poorer chances if the message goes to the wrong address. Falsehood yields more chances if the address is right, and fewer if the address is right. That's a contradiction. Yes, the game space is not quantifiable minimaximally. Show the reason for the contradiction. A block, assured of the exclusivity of contact with us, will be inclined to react positively on condition that it can itself verify that exclusivity independently of our communication. If, on the other hand, it learns that the other block has intercepted our message, or that, worse, we are playing a two-faced game, the chances of contact will fall to 0. One can also have a negative probability of contact. Negative, a refusal is 0. I would assign a negative value to an answer that misinforms us. The setting of a trap, entirely possible. Here the forks branch factorially. A trap can be set by one side, or by both separately, or by both in a limited temporary alliance, reasoning that if they call a temporary truce and cooperate to destroy us, or discourage us from contact, they will be running less risk than if they compete for exclusivity of contact with the Hermes. And what about their agreeing to a parallel separate contact? In that variant lies a fundamental contradiction. In order to achieve such parallelism, you must, as sender, guarantee to both sides our neutrality convincingly. That is, you must give your word that you will keep your word. But an assertion, when reflexive, cannot assert itself. This is a typical antinomy. Where did you obtain the weighings for the decisional branches? From your premise that on the planet there are only two players in mutual check, and that they hold to the rule of minimax. The prize of the game for them is the preservation of the status quo ante, and for us contact by breaking the impasse. Specifically, it's trivial. I assume two empires, A and B. The optimal variant fork for us, both A and B enter into contact with us, each believing that it holds a monopoly. If either one is not sure of its privileged state, its exclusivity, it will suspect the monopoly, whereupon, according to the rule of minimax, it will propose to the other a coalition against us, because it does not have... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll try again. Whereupon, according to the rule of minimax, it will propose to the other a coalition against us, because it does not know the chances of entering into a coalition with us. That is obvious. Knowing their own history, they therefore know their rules of mutual conflict. But the rules of mutual conflict that pertain to us are unknown to them. If we make an offer of alliance to either A or B, it will be suspect. Primo, such an offer made by us to both adversaries is absurd. Secundo, if we choose one side only, we will be supporting it, and will thereby antagonize the opposite side, gaining nothing for ourselves but participation in the ongoing struggle. It says struggle. Such a strategy of contact could be adopted only by a civilization of idiots. It is improbable even on the metagalactic scale. Yes, they contemporarily unite against us. What sort of game then results? A game with indeterminate rules. The rules arise or change according to the course of the play. Therefore, it is not known if the reward function will contain positive values. The game probably is zero-sum because none of the players, ourselves included, stands to gain. All will suffer loss. The risk can't be brought to 0? Where is the minimum? I have insufficient data. Go ahead without the data. The relieving of frustration in the face of insoluble problems does not lie within the domain of my computing ability. Do not ask the impossible, Captain. The branching tree of heuristics is not God's tree of knowledge. In the silence after these words from Deuce, Steergard put a second crystal in the reproducer, explaining that this was from a dialogue with Deuce immediately following the selenoclasm. Again they heard the voice of the machine. Previously the risk was only incalculable. Now it has reached the power of transfinite set. It is innumerable. Minimax holds, but now only for retreat. Could they be made to capitulate? Theoretically, yes, for example, by the progressive elimination of their military technosphere. By destroying every instrument of war in the space around Zeta? Yes. What are the chances of contact with such an operation? Minimal, making the most optimistic assumptions that our deployment of the sidereels will be carried out without a hitch, that the Quintans will remain passive observers as their auto-armament sphere is peeled away layer by layer, and that stripped of these layers they will fall into an armament stagnation. In the category of game theory, this would be a miracle, on the order of winning first prize in a lottery without ever having purchased a ticket. Present the variants of disarming their technosphere without miracles. The curve will have at least two saddles. Either they oppose us offensively or defensively, or the pacification destruction of the non-living war zone heats up the conflict that is still smoldering on the planet, and thereby we push them into total war. Is it possible to destroy their cosmic war zone partially without disturbing the equilibrium of forces on the planet? It is possible. To that end, one would have to destroy each orbital weapon after first learning the side to which it belonged. This reduces the military cosmic potential of all the adversaries in the same degree, so as to preserve the dynamic balance between their forces. Two things are assumed. One, that we will know the range in which they control their weapons in space, that is, the radius of their command effectiveness, and two, that we will identify the combat systems beyond that radius and destroy them, and that following the destruction of this auto-armament periphery, we will then be able to strip the civilization of the forces under its control inside the sphere. In abstracto, it should be possible to strip it, so to speak, to the skin, but if we commit errors in identification as to who controls what in the inner sphere, we will heat up the conflict on the planet, because we will be weakening one side to the advantage of another, and thus we push the antagonists from the precarious equilibrium of their arms race into total war. Captain, you remove me and yourself from reality. You wish success? Of course. What is it to be the success of yours? Contact? But in the above model, the concept of success is indeterminate. It depends not merely on whether or not the Hermes will be able to overcome, besides the war sphere, the entire production of military devices that may be hurled continually into space. We will be waging an indirect war, attacking not the Quintans, but their weapons. How can we be sure that bringing new technologies into the battle, they will not master the resources that sustain us, the sidereal? Assume that they will not. Very well. Besides the external factors, the ambiguous technological sets, the minimax decisions and calculations consistent with optimizing logic, the reactions of the Quintans will be determined also by national factors of which we are completely ignorant. We do know, however, that importance precisely these factors have had in terrestrial history. Here ended the recorded conversation. After a short silence, they heard Stiergard's next dialogue with the machine. You ran a simulation of the organizational structures? Yes. For all their posited variants and conflicts? Yes. What magnitude is the coefficient of variation of these structures for our gain of communication? Give the interval of statistical weightedness, or a modal distribution of the influence of the differences on our chances for contact. The coefficient equals 1. For all simulations? Yes. In other words, the organizational differences of the antagonists have no significance? Correct. The techno-military evolution generated by constant conflict becomes a variable that is independent of the type of organization, because this evolution is shaped by the structure of the conflict and not by the structure of the societies involved. To put it more precisely, it is in the early phases of the conflict that the organizational differences leave their imprint upon the tactics of psychological propaganda, diplomacy, sabotage, espionage, and the arms race. The division of budgets into military and non-military is a function of the set of values that depend on organizational structure. But the growing push for supremacy in the conflict cancels out these differences in the set of values. It thereby makes the strategies of the adversaries similar. A mirror does not lie. You cannot incline it to reflect only postures that are free and relaxed without giving an image of everything else. Once the impracticability of disarmament is certain, the continuation of the race for dominance dispenses with those strategies of the adversaries dependent of their organizational differences. This dependence becomes like the influence of human muscle on the firing of a ballistic missile. In the Paleolithic, in the cave-dwelling era, or even in the Middle Ages, a muscular opponent had an advantage over those who were weaker, but in the atomic age, a rocket could be launched by a child that pushed the right button. The Quintans no longer control the strategy that they have chosen. On the contrary, the strategy controls them. If it encountered organizational differences, it subordinated them to itself until they were made uniform. Had this not happened, the conflict would have ended with the victory of one of the sides. The activity of the war sphere refutes this. Provide the optimal rules for the game of contact given such a diagnosis. The command centers of the planet know that it was the interception of our cavitators that caused the catastrophe. No one but them could have taken that action. Does this mean that the war sphere is under the control in a radius that connects the orbit of the moon to Quinta? Not necessarily. The limit of their operational range may not be a sphere having a surface that is sharply and cleanly demarcated from the alienated zone. Can you conclude anything about the personnel of the command centers? I understand the illusion, the idea that certain members of the crew have been forwarding. That of non-biological command centers, or even of a dead globe with computers battling on after the demise of the Quintans, is absurd. Computers, even if deprived of the postulates of self-preservation, will act rationally. They adhere to the minimax in their furthest prognostic calculations. They can give battle for as long as there exists a branch in which battle yields an advantage, but if the reward function in the endgame is total destruction, the minimax falls to zero. I reject the notion of mad computers, besides the spectral and SG data point to the presence of living beings. Good, go on. There are calculating machines in the command centers, but there are also Quintans. The effects of the selenoclasm did not reach them. In a conflict of such duration and scale, nothing is protected better than headquarters. You know already that losses in the population present to the governments no compelling argument for the establishment of contact. Give me a compelling argument. Here is one. The time has come to call things by their names. Indirect pressure is insufficient. You must act directly, Captain. Threaten to command centers? Yes. With a massive assault? Yes. Curious. You consider the killing of intelligent beings who behave anti-intelligently to be the best method of establishing contact with them? Are we then to land on the planet like archaeologists to study the civilization that we have murdered? No, you must threaten the planet itself with a sidereal blow. They have seen how their moon disintegrated. But surely that will be a bluff. If we renew our request for contact, we cannot annihilate our future partners in conversation. No great cunning is needed to see that. They will think that our threat is empty, and they will be right. The threat does not have to be completely empty. Strike the ring? Captain, why do you conduct nocturnal discussions with a machine instead of going to bed when you yourself know what must be done? The reproducer fell silent. Steerguard placed another crystal in the slot. Bear with me, he said. This is the last conversation. The blue indicator light went on. Again they heard the monotonous voice of Deuce. Captain, I have some consolation for you. I examined the stability of the war sphere and extrapolated into the future to the limit of prognostic certainty. Regardless of the number of opponents and the diameter of the space of the battle attained, the civilization must perish. The simplest model is a house of cards. It cannot be arbitrarily high. Every such structure will eventually fall. That is evident even without calculation. A house of cards? And more precisely, the Hollenbach theory. In the growth of knowledge, there are no irreplaceable people. Had there been no Planck, Fermi, Mittner, Einstein, or Bohr, the discoveries leading to the atomic bomb would have been made by others. The monopoly acquired by the Americans was short-lived and quickly countered. For decades, the opponents, with nuclear missiles, kept one another at bay. They competed in the accuracy and payload of those missiles. Sidereal physics, however, does not offer the opportunity of such competition. A series of steps leads to the knowledge of nuclear reactions, critical mass, and the Bethe cycle. Sidereal engineering, on the other hand, is gained at one fell swoop. Prior to the discovery of the Hollenbach interval, one knows nothing, and afterward everything. In the face of the reversibility of armaments, when negotiations and peace are still possible, he who discovers the nuclear trump can use it as the highest suit, but may not lead with it. In the phase of the cosmic warsphere, he who first discovers the sidereal effect will lead with it immediately, because the space of gains is compact, potentially symmetrical for conventional and atomic weapons, loses its stability upon the introduction of the sidereal factor. On a planet one cannot blackmail with sidereals. Non-explosive thermonuclear reactions for a long time eluded control, with leaks of plasma and the unreliability of the fields that chained them. For several decades, the difficulties seemed insurmountable. The difficulties of controlling gravitation are similar, but on the astronomical scale. One cannot begin small, first extracting from uranium ore an isotope with the atomic weight of 235, then setting off a chain reaction above critical mass, synthesizing plutonium, and thus obtaining a detonator for hydrogen tritium bombs. The testing ground must be a celestial body. The sidereal phase is preceded by the phase of teratrons and anomalons. Therefore, I cannot understand the amazement of the physicists over what the Gabriel did. Had the Quintans captured and taken it apart, they would have been put on the track of Hollenbach. The Gabriel was to have melted its teratron. As I recall, I proposed building into it a self-destruct charge. Why didn't you explain this to us? I am not all-knowing. I operate with the data you give me. Your physicists, Captain, considered the capture of the Gabriel an impossibility, as none of the objects of the warsphere had shown even a tenth of the drive of the Gabriel. I had objections, but no proof. The impossibility they pulled out of a hat. But it is difficult to say whether it was good or bad that my cousin in the Gabriel displayed such lightning resourcefulness. Had it allowed itself to be captured, there would be no talk now of contact, but of choosing between retreat and sidereal war with Quinta, who would be a player of the same strength as we. And if one factors out as a sidereal strike by them at the Hermes, then we would be fleeing full speed through the debris of a collapsing war sphere, because the thing that would have shattered the sphere anyway in 50 or 100 years would be precipitated. The block enlightened sidereally by the Gabriel would not wait for its enemy to catch up. It would strike preemptively. That is speculation. Certainly, but not speculation pulled out of a hat. My guess is that someone wanted the moon for a proving ground, someone unaware that no plasmotron could supply the power needed to open the Hollenbach interval. And whoever drove that party from the moon did not have sufficient strength then to take possession of it. Someone gave check to the king, who is not of age, but the first party also gave check, to which piece I do not know. The result was stalemate on the moon. Beyond the moon, the game went on. Why didn't you present this in such a light before? If you called my reasoning speculation just now, before this solenoplasm, you would have said that Deuce was raving. Would you care to hear my version of Quinta's history? Go ahead. The key to that history, to its turning point, is the ring. In the full acceleration of industrialization, the planet supported many nations with a powerful consortium of nations far in the forefront. They ventured into space. They harnessed the atom. At the same time, there began a demographic explosion in the nations that were weaker industrially, stronger only in numbers. The consortium decided to increase the habitable surface by lowering the level of the oceans. The only way was to move the water into space above the atmosphere. I do not know the technology employed for this. Water in hundreds of cubic miles can be transported neither by spaceship nor directly by a system of pumps and spouts. The first method demands unobtainable masses of fuel, an impossible number of earners. The second cannot be realized because before the streams projected upwards, waterfalls in reverse, can attain escape velocity, they will evaporate from atmospheric friction and remain in the atmosphere. There are, however, many possible methods. I will give one. You could pierce the atmosphere with channels of lightning discharges, and in the trail of each thunderbolt, arcing from the ocean shore to the thermosphere, shoot water vapor. I oversimplify. You could create in the atmosphere a kind of electromagnetic cannon, without a barrel, of course, which would be a tunnel of centrifugal impulses driving ionized water vapor and give the water non-thermal dipolar properties. On Earth, a certain Raman engaged such hydroengineering. He showed that it was possible to drive water only to first escape velocity, whereby a ring of ice would begin to form around the planet, and that this ring would be unstable. Therefore, in the next step, one had to accelerate the ring, once it formed in space, for it to become a centrifuge and fly apart at second escape velocity. This over a period of 20 to 40 years. Otherwise, if there was weakened acceleration in space or a work stoppage, more water would return to the planet due to friction with the upper gases of the atmosphere than was thrown into space at the same time by the launchers. We need not go into greater detail. Suffice it to say that even from the Uranus, the gradual decay of the ring on the planet side was observed, as well as the spreading of the outer band. This could not have been beneficial to anyone on the planet. The returning water does more than produce cloudbursts. It creates a pluvial in the tropical belt, with maximum rainfall concentration varying according to the time of year, since the planet's rotational axis is inclined with respect to the ecliptic, much as Earth's. The average annual temperature has fallen 2 degrees Kelvin. The ice shield casts a shadow over part of the day side of the planet and reflects the sunlight. A technical error, always possible, would have been corrected after a certain time, but there is no indication of repairs. Difficulties in planetary engineering, therefore, could not have been the reason for abandoning the enterprise. The reason must be sought elsewhere. In the political discord of civilization. Of the initial conditions, all we know is that they favored a project that could be carried out only by a global uniting of forces, a uniting that later came apart. The period of cooperation, at least in the area of technology, lasted about 100 years. A deviation on the order of a decade or two is unimportant in this critical phase. What caused the departure from the road of cooperation? Local wars? Economic crises? Not likely. The course of political events, opaque to reconstructions and retrospects from its present state, can be studied only in a model called Markov chain. This is a stochastic process that at each step effaces the path it takes. From what cosmic visitors to Earth of the 20th century would observe, there would be no way for them except by recourse to textbooks to extrapolate back to the Crusades, so I fill this white plot with the following possibility. The growth of the different powers in the consortium was unequal. The seeds of antagonism were planted at the first forming of the partnership. The armed overthrow of the main force of the planet was impossible. The weaker nations participated in the global project, but their cooperation, genuine to begin with, became a pretense. The antagonism manifested itself not directly, not by assault. There may have been more blocks, 3 or 4, but for the ergodic minimum, 2 would suffice 2 opponents. An arms race began. It caused first the abandonment of the efforts to disperse the ice ring into space. The material and the energy allocated for that went instead into armament. At the same time, the breaking up of the ice ring in such a way that its debris would not cause harm to the inhabitants of all the continents ceased to pay for the superpower that had invested most in the project, since the positive results of such continued effort would benefit the enemy equally. The enemy reasoned and acted similarly. From then on, none of the sides touched the ring, though it came down in avalanches of ice on the planet. Pulled into the spiraling arms race, the sides had no remedy for that. Escalation sent the race out into the cosmic space. Such could have been the prologue and first act. We arrived in the middle of the next act, and unaware dived headfirst into the multi-layered war sphere, with the innocent sun at the center. I repeat my question, why didn't you present this retrospect earlier? You had the opportunity. Various versions of what I have said were circulating on board, privately or not privately, they circulated. None could be proved. The limits of the imagination lie far beyond the limits of theorizing. Separate fragments of the puzzle, as data, came in slowly. While there were still few of them, it was possible to construct innumerable medley explanations, filling in the gaps and blanks with unsupported invention. I am a combinatorial machine. Had I inundated all of you with all the variants in the analysis that I had done, you would have had to sit through weeks of lectures, with every sentence full of uncertainties. In addition, I received instructions that ran counter to your orders. Dr. Rotmont wanted SGs of Quinta. I explained to him that using the full power of the ship's units for that could not be concealed, and would therefore reduce the chances of contact. He insisted, so I sent out light spinoscopes capable of camouflage. You know this, Captain. Rotmont hoped to see what was impossible to see with this method. He gained nothing, but it was not I that disappointed him. I had complied with his request because doing so could do no harm. Hypotheses not taken as the springboard for real action may be false but not fatal. The blue indicator light went out. The pilots and Nakamura, though they sat at the same table as Steerguard and Arago, seemed only spectators who could not participate in the scene being played out. It was as if they did not count in this meeting. This was to explain, said Steerguard. You saw fit to say once, Reverend Father, that the matter was in good hands. I said nothing in reply, not out of modesty, being praised, but because I knew how different were our notions of good and evil. I had already made the decision to take this new step. None of us can influence what will happen, myself included. Now I have no wish to offend anyone present, but the time of unflinching action is the time for complete candor. Our second pilot, what he said was stupid. We did not come here to throw gauntlets or engage in duels to defend the honor of Earth. If that was the case, I would not have accepted command of a reconnaissance. A man can keep only so much in his head at a time. A tremendous undertaking is therefore divided into parts by his mind. For this reason the means can easily obscure the ends, and themselves become the ends. When I assumed command, I requested first some time to think, to step back and take in the gigantic whole. The thousand labors of CETI and SETI, the millions of hours of work by the shipbuilders, the flights to Titan, the conferences in the capitals of the world, the funds gathered in banks, and the teams that played out endless variants of the game of contact to find the one unfailing, or at least the optimal, variant that would win. All this was an expression of hope. A hope that went deeper than the cheap sensationalism of the newspapers. I realized that, whether on the Eurydice or the Hermes, I was only an ant in the human ant-hill. An ant-hill lost in the boundless reaches of the universe, and that therefore I would be accepting a task beyond my powers, beyond the powers probably of any man. It would have been easier to decline. When I accepted, I had no idea what awaited us. I knew only that I would perform my duty, doing whatever had to be done. If I called meetings, it was not to find a better course of action, but to lighten the burden that lay on me, to shift the responsibility, at least in part, onto other shoulders. Then I saw that I did not have the right to do this. So I made the decision myself. No one can now influence what will happen, but everyone still has the right to his opinion and to be heard. Particularly you, Reverend Father. You intend to break the ring? Yes. The machinery is already being assembled in the hull astern. Breaking the ring will throw it from the planet? No. Trillions of tons will fall to the planet. The pieces will be too large to melt. They will strike even the places that are most heavily protected. In addition, the outer layers of the atmosphere will be blown away. This will lessen the pressure at sea level some 100 bars. It will be a warning. It will be murder. Definitely. To force contact at any price? No. Contact has become a secondary matter. This will be an attempt to save them. Left to themselves, they will hit upon the hull and back interval. Are you familiar, Reverend Father, with the arcana of sidereal physics? As a layman only, Captain, you're basing this genocide on hypothesis? A hypothesis not even your own, but from a machine? Hypotheses are all we have. And the machine helped me, truly. but I know the hypersensitivity of the Church toward the animus in machina. I do not share that feeling. Let me repay your explanation, Captain, with one of my own. Often a man does not recognize what people on the sidelines plainly see. Deuce spoke of how the means of war used by the opponents on Quinta became uniform. This applies to you as well. I don't understand. You have dispensed with our method of proceeding in the conviction that parliamentarianism should be replaced by autocratic rule. I do not question the nobility of your intentions. You wish to take upon yourself full responsibility, but in so doing you have succumbed to the Quintans by the mirror effect. That is, in the brutality of the decision made. You wish to answer their blows. With blows. Since they have doubly barricaded their command centers, you wish to strike those centers with double force. In so doing, I use your own words, you are subordinating the organizational structure of the crew of the Hermes, the relations between its people, to the structure of the strategy to be earned out. Deuce's words. So much the worse. I am not suggesting that the machine dominates you in the decision. I am suggesting that the machine also has become a mirror that enlarges from you an aggression born of frustration. For the first time, Steergard showed surprise, but he said nothing, and the monk went on. Military operations require authoritarian command centers, and that is all that has happened on the planet. We, however, should not join in that type of activity. I have no thought of declaring war on Quinta, you insinuate. Unfortunately, I speak the truth. War can be waged without declaration and without the name of war. It's not blows we came here to exchange, but information. I'm all in favor of that, but how? It's plain. Happily, the principle of military secrecy is not maintained on board. I know that in the labs they're building a solar laser that will hit the planet. Not the planet itself, the ring, and the atmosphere, which constitutes a vital part of the planet. A solar laser, solaser, as the physicists say, can be used not just for genocidal strikes, but to send information. We sent information over hundreds of hours with no result. It is curious indeed that I should be able to see a possibility that the experts, along with their superintelligent machine, have completely overlooked. The signals beamed from our satellite, the ambassador, required special devices for reception. Antennas, decoders. I'm no radio engineer, but if Quinta is engulfed in war, then all equipment capable of receiving radio signals would have been requisitioned for military use. The receivers, therefore, are the command centers, not the population of Quinta. If the population has been at all apprised of our arrival, it is in the deceitful manner that you presented, to make us look in the eyes of the Quintans like a fleet of imperialist invaders, a merciless enemy. And you, Captain, are about to turn that lie into the truth with your solo laser. Steergard listened in amazement. More, he seemed to be losing his categorical certainty. I didn't think of that, because it is so simple. You and Deuce rose to such heights of sophistication with your game theory, minimax, quantified decisional space, that no notice was taken of the little pocket mirrors children play with, catching the sunlight. The solaser could be a pocket mirror for all of Quinta. It can produce flashes, surely, brighter than the sun. Whoever lifts his head will see them. Father Arago, said Steergard, leaning toward him across the table. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. You have demolished me, deflated me more than our pilot did to Deuce. How did you hit on the idea? I played with a pocket mirror when I was a boy, smiled the Dominican. but Deuce was never a boy. For transmitting information, that's excellent, Nakamura put in. But will they be able to reply if they comprehend? Before the conception was the Annunciation, answered Arago. Perhaps they won't be able to reply in a way that we understand. At least let them understand us. Tempe, looking at the monk with unconcealed admiration, could no longer keep silent. Now, there's a real eureka, and of course they have pocket mirrors. Even in wartime, pocket mirrors aren't confiscated. The monk did not seem to hear. Something was bothering him. Quietly, haltingly, he asked, I have a request. I would like to exchange a few words with the captain in private, if he doesn't mind, and you gentlemen won't take umbrage? Fine. We're in your debt, Father. Jokichi, it'll be necessary to make modifications to the Solaser. Can scan Quinta, and besides the optical problems, there are informational ones. Such a signaling assumes an audience on an elementary level of education. When the physicist and the pilots left, Arago rose. Please forgive what I said at the beginning. I walked in thinking that I would find you alone, Captain. I don't put much stock in the pocket mirror idea. I had actually intended to present it on the lowest level as a proposal from a layman for the professionals to consider. Such a signaling might be worthless, or might knock us out of the frying pan into the fire. It's anthropocentric through and through. Before, though, you were indignant, offended, then felt relief. Let us say, what are you driving at, Father? Not spiritual comfort. To work out the technical aspects of this experiment, you and the others will be including Deuce in it. Of course. It will do the calculations. What of that? It will make a program. It will do what lies within the bounds of possibility. You're not suggesting, are you, Father, that it's an advocatus diaboli? No, nor do I set myself up as a doctor of Angelicus. I don't need to assure you, I hope, that I am a Christian. Steergard again was surprised by the turn of conversation had taken. What are you driving at? He repeated. Theology. So that you can better understand me, I'll put it in words that are not only worldly, but in my mouth, practically blasphemous. I justify myself in my conscience by our unprecedented situation. The language of physics is closer to you than the hermeneutics of religion. Translating into the conceptual system of physics, then, the varied forms of the sacred correspond to the various spectral lines of matter that is omnipresent and the same throughout the universe. With this comparison, one can say that besides a spectrum of bodies, there exists a spectrum of faiths. It extends from animism, totemism, polytheism, all the way to faiths in a personal God. The terrestrial line of my faith presents God as a family, at once human and divine. Are you familiar with the debates set off in theology by SETI? From the moment the search for others engendered that expedition? To be honest, no. You think, Father, that I ought to be? Not at all. But that was my duty. Positions moved apart in my church. Some maintained that the corruption of created beings might be universal, and that such universality went beyond the terrestrial notion of the word Catholicos, that worlds were possible in which the sacrifice of redemption had not been made, and which therefore were damned. Others said that the salvation as a choice between good and evil given by grace had appeared everywhere. This disagreement threatened the church. The organizers and members of the expedition were too occupied with their work to be affected by the sensations that increased the circulation of the newspapers. Sex and violence had grown a little stale, you see, so the Eurydice, without intending to, provided novelties for the reader, such as the jokes based on the premise that the Credocia absurdum est had acquired a multiplier that discredited it quite effectively. The image, for example, of innumerable planets with a multitude of apples where there were no apple trees, or figs that the Son of God could not curse because no fig trees grew there. You add an army of Pilates washing their hands in billions of vessels, a forest of crucifixions, crowds of Judases, and immaculate conceptions of beings whose reproductive physiology provided no room for the idea since they multiply without copulating. In short, the multiplication of the gospel by all the arms of all the spiral galaxies turned our credo into a caricature, a parody of religion. Thanks to these arithmetical jokes, the Church lost many of her faithful. Why not me as well? Because Christianity demands more of a man than can be demanded. It demands not only the renouncing of cruelty, baseness, and lies, it demands that one love the base, the liars, the murderers, and the tyrants. Ama et va quod vis. Nothing will destroy that commandment. Please do not be surprised to hear such a catechism on board such a ship. My duty is to look beyond the reconnaissance, beyond its chances of contact with alien minds. Your duties are different. I will try to demonstrate. Suppose you stand on a packed lifeboat, and those drowning, for whom there is no room, grab at the sides, putting the boat in danger of capsizing and sinking. You would cut away the hands? True. I am afraid I would, if there was no other way. Therein lies the difference between us. It means that you will not retreat. That is correct. I understand the parable about the boat. I will not wait for it to sink. I will attempt to save that civilization with all the power at my disposal, and if absolutely necessary, by destroying. Yes. So we are back where we started. I have succeeded in postponing that absolute necessity, nothing more. True? True. You are prepared to save life by taking life? That is the sense of your parable, after all, Father Arago. I choose the lesser evil. By becoming a mass murderer, I accept the word. It is possible, too, that I will save no one, that I will destroy both them and us, but I will not wash my hands. If we perish, the Eurydice will receive the information, an account of the state of things, indicating that I have ruled out retreat, is already on its way. In my eschatology there is no such thing as a lesser evil, said Arago. With each slain being an entire world dies. For that reason arithmetic provides no measure for ethics. Irreversible evil cannot be measured. He rose. I won't take up any more of your time. No doubt you want to continue the conversation that I interrupted? No, I want to be alone. Three chapters left. Cartoons. The steel partitions that normally separated the two halls in the stern of the Hermes were moved to the middle of the ship, and only the wide tracks of the sliderless bearings, darker than the surrounding metal, showed where they had been. The enormous interior resembled a hangar that had housed a zeppelin of extraordinary size, but was now serving some other purpose. About 20 stories above the tracks of the partitions, not far from the concave ceiling, like two white flies on a girder that ran transversely from starboard to port, sat the weightless pilots, Harrach and Temp, attached by belts so that a gust of air would not blow them from their chosen position. It was not really possible to say in weightlessness that they looked down, though it seemed to them that they did. In the gigantic interior steady, rapid work was done by yellow, blue, and black automata, their enameled surfaces gleaming. Alternately they turned their prehensile arms to the side and to the front, in rows as if bowing in a synchronized calisthenics. Assembly parts passed from pincers to pincers. The robots were building the Solaser. The thing was of an open-work construction, sieve-like, the size of a torpedo boat. Its half-completed skeleton looked like the folded, spirally furled umbrella of a giant, an umbrella wrapped not with fabric but with segments of overlapping mirror scales. For that reason it also brought to mind antediluvian fish, or one of those extinct undersea reptiles whose bones were being assembled now by machines instead of paleontologists. In the front part, farthest from the pilots, where the body of the Colossus would have had a head, were sparks among hundreds of wisps of bluish smoke, laser welding. The Soul Laser, designed to be a photon cannon fed with the power of a sun, was hurriedly changed by a reprogrammed team of assemblers into a pocket mirror for playing with the light. Granted, a terajoule pocket mirror. The notion was taken initially from the physicists' fear that any renowned use of the side reels having highly characteristic effects not merely gravitational, would give the planet undesired clues and eventually put its weapons experts on the track of the hole and back interval. Therefore, instead of using the resources of that interval, the physicists chose a technology already somewhat old-fashioned, that of radiation conversion. Suspended before the face of the sun, the Soul Laser would open like a fan, suck in with its receptors the chaotic full-spectrum radiation, and compress it into a monochromatic battering ram. Nearly half the collected power served to cool the Soul Laser, otherwise it would evaporate instantly from the heat of the sun, but the remaining power sufficed for a column of bonded light, having 200-meter diameter at the muzzle of the radiator and triple that, given the inevitable spreading by the time it reached the orbit of Quinta, to cut the planet's crust like a hot knife through the butter. Under this far-reaching blade of fire, the 10-kilometer layer of ocean water would be parted to the bottom. The pressure from all sides of that great pit of rushing steam would have no effect on the sword of light. Through the shock-wave clouds of the boiling ocean, compared with which the mushroom cloud of the thermonuclear explosion was a speck, the Soul Laser would bore into the sub-oceanic plate, pierce the lithosphere, and penetrate Quinta to a quarter of its radius. No one intended to cause such a catastrophe. The Soul Laser was supposed to graze the ice ring and the thermosphere of the planet. When this idea too was put aside, it turned out that to transform the light cannon into a signaler was not difficult at all. Al-Salam and Nakamura wanted, with the least rebuilding possible, to solve two problems at the same time. It was necessary to reach all the possible addressees simultaneously and legibly. Such contact, though one-sided, went on the assumption that the planet was inhabited by beings endowed with the sense of sight as well as with enough intelligence to grasp the gist of the transmission. The first condition the senders had no control over. They could not give eyes to beings that had none. The second required of the senders no little inventiveness, particularly as the rulers of the Quintans clearly did not want any direct communication between the cosmic intruders and the population. Therefore, the signaling was to fall as a rain of light on all the continents of the planet, piercing its thick cloud cover. An overcast sky, in fact, was advantageous, since no one with a grain of intelligence could then mistake the needles of light piercing it for rays of sun. The hardest nut to crack was the form of the message. To teach an alphabet to send certain numbers as signs, the universal constants of matter, would be nonsense. The Soul Laser lay in the hull at the stern, ready for takeoff, but it did not move. The physicists, informationists, exobiologists found themselves in a quandary. They had everything they needed except a program. Self-explanatory codes did not exist. There was even talk of the semantics of the colors of the rainbow. The violet range would be gloomy. The middle band of visible light more cheerful. Green would stand for plants and lush growth. Red suggested aggression, yes, but only for people. A code that was a sequence of semiotic units indicating specific things could not be made of spectral lines. Then the second pilot put in his 2 cents to tell the Quintans a story, using the cloudy sky as a screen, projecting on it a series of pictures over each continent. As Arago, who was present, laughed later, obstruerant omenses. Indeed, the experts' mouths dropped open. Is it technically possible? Asked Tempe. Technically, yes, but what would be the point? A show in the sky? Of what? A story, the pilot repeated. Ridiculous, snorted Kirsting. He had devoted 20 years to the study of cosmolinguistics. You might be able to convey something to pygmies with cartoons, or to Australian Aborigines. All races and cultures of humanity have things in common, but there are no humans there. Doesn't matter, they have a technological civilization and are already warring in space. That means that once they had a Stone Age civilization, then they warred. And there were ice ages on the planet. Back before they built houses or wigwams, they must have sat in caves and painted on the walls. Fertility signs, the animals they hunted to bring success. It was magic. They found out that the magic was only cartoons a couple of thousand years later from their wise ones like Professor Kirsting. Professor, would you care to bet with me that they don't know what stories are? Nakamura was laughing now. The others laughed too, except Kirsting. The exobiologist cosmolinguist, however, was not the type that defended his position at any cost. Well, I don't know, he wavered. If the idea isn't imbecilic, it's brilliant. Suppose, then, we show them a cartoon. What about? That's not my field. I'm no paleontologist. Paleontologist. As far as the idea goes, it's not completely mine. Dr. Gerbert gave me back on the Eurydice a book of science fiction short stories. I dip into it now and then. That's probably where paleoethnology? Kirsting thought out loud. I'm not up on that. The rest of you? There is no such specialist on board. Perhaps induces memory, offered the Japanese. It can't hurt to look, but a story, no. It should be a myth, or rather a common element, a theme that appears in the earliest myths. Before the time of writing? Of course, yes, from the very beginnings of their protoculture, said Kirsting, surrendering. He was even warming to the idea, but then a doubt assailed him. Wait, are we to appear to them as gods? Arago shook his head. It will be difficult precisely because we should not manifest our superiority, nor ourselves. It should be happy news, good tidings. At least I see this in our pilot's proposal because stories tend to have happy endings. Thus began the deliberations which had a double purpose, to consider what features Earth and Quinta might have in common, features of the environment and of plants and animals that arose in it, and at the same time to sift the collection of legends, myths, fables, rituals, and customs for those that were the most enduring, for the messages that thousands of years of history had not effaced. And the first group of probable constants were the division of the species into two sexes, most certain for vertebrates, food for animals, therefore also for intelligent beings on dry land, the alternation of day and night, of the sun and moon, of hot and cold seasons of the year, the emergence of herbivores and carnivores, of preys and predators, the killing of animals by animals, since a universal vegetarianism seemed highly unlikely, and therefore the protoculture had hunting. Cannibalism, the hunting and consuming of beings of one's own species, was a possible phenomena in Eolithic or Paleolithic, though not absolutely certain. In any case, hunting was a universal, since, according to the theory of evolution, it promoted the growth of intelligence. The incubation of the ape-men, the primates, the bloody phase of predation, which accelerated the development of the brain, this idea once met with violent opposition. It was seen as an insult to humanity, a misanthropic invention of the evolutionists more slanderous even than their proclaiming the consanguinity of man and ape. But archaeology confirmed the thesis, accumulating irrefutable evidence in support of it. Carnivorousness, of course, did not lead all predators to intelligence. Many conditions had to be met for that. The reptile predators of the Mesozoic were far from intelligent, and there was nothing to indicate that, if they had not been exterminated by a catastrophe between the Cretaceous and Jurassic, a giant meteorite disrupting the food chain through the global cooling of the climate, the dominant reptiles of the time would have acquired human-like brains. The presence of intelligent beings on Quinta, however, could not be denied. Whether they evolved from the reptiles or from a species unknown to Earth, as was not the crucial question. What was crucial was the form of their reproduction, even if the Quintans were not placental mammals or marsupials. Genetics argued for their division into sexes, the form of multiplication favored by biological evolution, but that which a purely biological transmission gave to progency contained in the reproductive cells did not help in the formation of culture because such transmission produced changes in the species at a rate marked by millennia. The acceleration of brain growth required a reduction of the instincts inherited biologically in favor of learning received from parents. A creature that came into the world knowing, thanks to genetically built-in programming, everything or practically everything needed for survival might manage perfectly well but would not be able to change radically its tactics of living. Whatever could not do this was not intelligent. So to begin with, one had the division into sexes and definitely hunting. Around these first elements, its binary seed grew a protoculture. But how did that seed manifest, express itself in protoculture? By directing attention to what furthered sex and what furthered hunting. Before there was writing, before the invention of non-animal ways to use the body, the skill that hunting demanded transferred its reality into images, not yet symbols, but a magical coaxing of nature to give what was desired. The images were pictures that could be painted, or likenesses that could be cut in rock, and so on. Deuce from these premises performed the task assigned it, to adapt to the endeavors of sex and hunting a myth portrayed in a series of images, a tale, a show, a spectacle with actors. The sun, a dance before rainbows, the bowing of heads. But this would be the epilogue. In the beginning there would be a battle. Who battled? Creatures indistinct but who walked upright. Attacks, struggles, concluding with a collective dance. The Soulaser repeated this planetary broadcast in several variations for 3 days, with short intermissions that signified the end and the beginning. The broadcast was focused and collimated to appear in the cloudy sky of the planet, where it would be in view, confined to the central surface of the cloud screens, over each continent day and night. Harak and Polisar remained skeptical. Suppose, they said, the Quintans saw and even understood. What of that? Hadn't we smashed their moon? A less cheerful presentation, perhaps, but more dramatic. Suppose they nevertheless recognized this as a gesture of peace. But who? The population? But of what possible importance was public opinion in the middle of a 100-year space war? Did the pacifists on Earth ever have the upper hand? What could the Quintan people do to make their voices heard? Not to us, merely to their own governments. You might convince children that war was naughty, but what good would that do? Meanwhile, Tempe felt, instead of pride in the adoption of his idea, an overwhelming uneasiness. To shake this off, he set out on an excursion. The Hermes was really an unoccupied giant. The living quarters, with the control rooms and laboratories, constituted a core no larger than a 6-story building. Besides the power rooms, this core included an unusual hospital section, a small conference room, a mess hall beneath that, with an automatic kitchen, then recreational facilities, a simulation trainer, a pool that was filled only when the ship allowed it, under sufficient thrust so that the water would not fly up into the air in drops the size of balloons, and a half-oval amphitheater that also served for entertainment and movies, which never had a living soul in it. These comforts, thoughtfully provided for the crew by the builders, turned out to be totally superfluous. It entered no one's head to give view some ingenious holographic performance. It was as if that part of the middle deck did not exist for the crew. Going to the movie seemed silly in the light of the events of the past few months. The theater, pool, and gym had been designed with snack bars and pavilions, as at a small-town carnival, to help create the illusion of Earth, but the architects, Gerbert said, had forgotten to consult the psychologists. The illusion, not maintainable, was received as a lie. This was not where Tempe headed for his excursion. Between the living quarters and the ship's outer hull stretched a space in all directions, crisscrossed with girders, beams, bulkheads, and containing a legion of robots at rest or at work. One entered the space through hermetically sealed hatches at either end of the deck. At the stern, behind the sanitation area, and from the bow, in a corridor of the upper control room, Entry at the stern was blocked by a gate double-locked and cross-bolted, with a warning sign in glowing red that was never turned off. There, in chambers of off-limits to personnel, lay side-reel converters, seemingly inert colossi suspended in vacuum, like the legendary tomb of Muhammad, on invisible magnetic cushions, but it was impossible to pass the forward barrier. And that was where the pilot directed his escape. He had to go through the control room, and there he found Harak in an activity that in other circumstances would have made him laugh. Harak, on duty, wanting something to drink, had opened the container too forcefully and was now chasing a yellow sphere of orange juice. He darted at an angle toward the ceiling as the sphere bobbled gently like a large soap bubble, with a straw in his mouth, to catch it and suck it up before it got all over his face. Opening the door, Tempeh stopped lest a puff of air break the liquid ball into 1,000 droplets. He waited until Harak's hunt was successful, then kicked off vigorously in the chosen direction. Ordinary coordination wasn't worth it in weightlessness, but the old training had by now come back to him. He did not need to stop and think how to push out with his legs like a mountain climber in a rock chimney, while turning both wheel locks of the hatch. Someone uninitiated would in his place have gone head over heels trying to unscrew the spoked wheels that were like the ones used in bank vaults. Quickly he closed the hatch behind him, because although the bow section was filled with air, the air was stale, acrid with the fumes of chemicals, as in a factory. Before him was a space that narrowed into the distance, dimly lit by long rows of tubes and having double lattice struts on the port and starboard walls. Unhurriedly he launched himself. He passed, becoming accustomed to the bitterness in his mouth and throat. The oxidized hulks of the turbines, compressors, thermogravistors, with their galleries, platforms, and ladders, and skillfully swam around giant, thick-walled pipes that arched between tanks of water, helium, oxygen, having wide flanges encircled with bolts. He alighted on one of these like a fly. He was indeed a fly, in the bowels of a steel whale. Every tank loomed higher than a church steeple. One of the fluorescent tubes, half burned, flickered steadily, and in that changing light the oxidized shapes of the tanks now darkened, now shone as if sprinkled with silver. He got his bearings. From the area of the reserve tanks he drifted forward to where, in the massive insulation of tin central level, nucleospin units gleamed under their own lights. The units were attached to bridge gantries, their mouths plugged. Then a sharp cold reached him, and he saw the frost-covered helium pipes of the cryoton systems. The chill was such that he prudently used the nearest hand grip to keep from touching the pipes, because he would have frozen fast to them in an instant like a fly caught in a web. There was nothing for him to do here, and he had come precisely for that reason, as if on vacation. He could not explain the satisfaction he had derived from these shadowy, deserted regions of the ship which testified to its power. In the bottom loading bays, automatic excavators were anchored, plus heavier and lighter landers. And farther on in rows were green containers, white, blue toolkits for repair automata, and at the prow lay 2 striders with enormous swivel hoods in place of heads. By chance, or perhaps intentionally, he moved into a strong draft that rushed from a ventilation register and was borne toward the port ribs of the inner hull, which were the size of bridge arches, but deftly took advantage of the motion to push off. Like a jumper on a trampoline, he went head first, turning slowly at an angle toward the handrails of the prow gallery, a favorite spot. With both hands he pulled himself onto a railing and had before him 1,000,000 cubic meters of loading bays. High in the distance shone the 3 green lights above the hatch that he had entered. Beneath him, that is, beyond his legs, which, as always in weightlessness, became inconvenient, superfluous things, were robot hovercraft on platforms fastened to ramps that were folded for the present, and the tunnel of rocket launcher gaping in the giant shield of a sidewall, the mouth of a cannon of awesome caliber. But no sooner did he come to a stop than the same uneasiness fell upon him again, an incomprehensible emptiness within him, like a feeling for no reason. Of what? Futility? Indecision? Fear? But what could it be that he feared? Today, at this moment, even here, it seemed, he could not rid himself of his mysterious malaise. Farther on, he saw the mighty engine that carried him, with a small fraction of its power, through the eternal abyss. Full of force that throbbed in the reactors with greater than soft heat, the thing meant earth to him. the Earth that had sent him to the stars. The Earth was here, its intelligence contained in the energy drawn from the stars, and not in those parlor-like quarters with their stupid coziness and comforts arranged as if for frightened boys. At his back he felt the four-fold sheathed armor plate that had interstitial cells, energy absorbing, filled with a substance hard as a diamond when struck, but fusible in a special way since it possessed self-sealing properties. The ship, like an organism, living yet non-living, had been given the capacity for regeneration. Then suddenly, as in an illumination, he found the word for what was taking place in him: despair. About an hour later he dropped in on Gerbert. Gerbert's cabin, separated from the others, was located at the end of the second deck in the middle section. The physician had probably chosen it because it was spacious and had a whole wall of window overlooking a greenhouse. In the greenhouse grew only mosses, grass, a privet hedge. On both sides of the hydroponic pool stood the hairy gray-green smears of cacti. There were no trees, only hazel shrubs, whose flexible branches could withstand tremendous weight during flight. Gerbert valued this vegetation in the window and called it his garden. One could also enter it from the corridor and walk on paths among flower beds, if of course there was gravitation, but the recent blow brought on by the night attack had produced no little havoc there. Gerbert, Tempe, and Harak had later salvaged what they could from the broken bushes. In accordance with a decision made by the experts of SETI in the course of preparing for the expedition, Deuce watched the behavior of all the people on the Hermes, assessing their psychiatric condition. This was no secret to anyone. Under the kind of long-term stress to which those who had to rely entirely on themselves would be subjected, deviations from the mental norm might occur, taking forms typical of the psychodynamics of groups cut off for years from ordinary social and familial ties. In such isolation, even a personality in perfect balance and resistant to psychic trauma could suffer derangement. Frustration could become depression or aggression without the individual's ever realizing what was happening to him. Having a physician on board who was also expert in psychology and its disorders did not guarantee the recognition of pathological symptoms, since he himself was subject to stresses that undermined the most stalwart character. Physicians were people, too. A computer program, on the other hand, was unbending and therefore effective as an objective diagnostician, an impassive observer, even in the face of catastrophe, with the whole ship hanging in the balance. Granted, the safeguarding of the reconnaisseurs against any collective warp of the psyche earned with it one ominous, insurmountable problem. Deuce, after all, was at one and the same time subordinate and superior to the crew. It was to execute orders, yet supervise the mental condition of those who gave the orders. Thus it held the rank both of tool and overseer, nor was the captain excluded from its continuous supervision. I'll be right back. I got some more crackers. Thus it held the rank both of tool and overseer. Nor was the captain excluded from its continuous supervision. The problem was that the crew's awareness of the supervision, which was to catch mental instabilities in time, was itself a source of instability. But for this no one knew any remedy. Were Deuce to have fulfilled its psychiatric function without the knowledge of the men, it would have had to reveal a secret to inform them of a discovered aberration, and that announcement would have been not psychotherapy, but a blow. The vicious circle would be broken only by a hybridization of responsibility between men and computer. Deuce first present and its diagnoses to the captain and Gerbert when it judged this step to be necessary, and then resumed the role of advisor with no further initiative. No one, obviously, was enthusiastic about this compromise, but then no one, including the psychology machines, had found any better solution to the dilemma. A computer of the last generation, Deuce could not experience emotions, being an extract of rational operations taken to the highest power, with no admixture of desires or instinct or self-preservation. It was not an electronically magnified human brain, for it had no so-called personality traits, no drives. Unless one considered a drive its endeavor to acquire the maximum of information. Of information, however, not of control. The first inventors of machines that augmented not the power of muscle but the power of thought fell victim to a delusion that attracted some and frightened others, that they were entering upon a path of such amplification of intelligence in non-living automata that the automata would become similar to man and then, still in a human way, surpass him. About 150 years were needed for their successors to realize that the fathers of information science and cybernetics had been misled by an anthropocentric fiction, because the human brain was the ghost in a machine that was no machine. Creating an inseparable system with the body, the brain both served the body and was served by it. If then someone were to humanize an automaton from the degree that it would be in no way different mentally from a man, that accomplishment would in its very perfection turn out to be an absurdity. The successive prototypes, as the necessary alterations and improvements were made, would become more human, but at the same time would be of less and less use compared to the gigabit terabit computers of the higher generations. The only real difference between a man born of a mother and a father and a perfectly humanized machine would be the building material, living, non-living. The humanized automaton would be just as clever, but also just as unreliable, fallible, just as much a slave to emotional biases as a man. A virtuoso imitation of the fruits of natural evolution, crowned by anthropogenesis, the machine would represent a miracle of engineering, but also an oddity one would not know what to do with. It would be a brilliant forgery done in a non-biological medium of a living creature subphylum Vertebrata, class Mammalia, order Primates, viviparous, bipedal, and having a bicameral brain. For that it was the path of symmetry in the formation of vertebrates taken by evolution on Earth, but one could not say what humanity would stand to gain in this plagiarism. As one of the historians of science observed, it wouldn't be like finally building, after colossal expenditures and theoretical work, a factory for making spinach or artichokes that were capable of photosynthesis like any plant, and which in no way differed from real spinach and artichokes except that they were inedible. Such spinach could be put on display and its synthesis boasted of, but one would not be able to eat it. The whole effort that went into this production, the sanity of that effort would therefore come into question. The first designers and advocates of artificial intelligence themselves did not fully know where they were heading and what hopes they entertained. Did they want to be able to converse with a machine, or as with an ordinary man, or as with an extremely wise man? This was possible to do and had been done when the human race numbered 14 billion, and the last thing needed was the manufacturing of mentally humanoid machines. In a word, computer intelligence more and more clearly parted company with the human intelligence. It assisted the human, complemented it, extended it, helped it in the solving of problems beyond man's ability, and precisely for that reason did not imitate or repeat it. The two roads went their separate ways. A machine programmed so that no one in verbal contact with it, including its creator, could tell it from a housewife or professor or international law, was a simulator indistinguishable from them, as long as one did not try to run off with the woman, have children by her, or invite the professor out to lunch. But if one were able to have children with her and consume souffles with them, one would then be dealing with the ultimate erasure of the difference between natural and artificial, and what of that? Was it possible to use cyber engineering to produce synthetic stars, stars absolutely identical to those in space? It was. Yet what would be on the point of creating them? According to the historians of cybernetics, its forefathers had been spurred on by the hope of learning the mystery of the consciousness. That hope was dashed by a success achieved in the middle of the 21st century, when a computer of the 30th generation, uncommonly talkative, bright, and able to deceive living interlocutors with its humanness, asked them if they knew what consciousness was. In the abstract sense, they gave that term because it did not know. This was a computer capable of self-programming according to assigned instructions, disengaging itself from these instructions in time. Like a child growing out of diapers, it developed such skill in imitating human conversation that people were no longer able to unmask it as a machine impersonating a man, which, however, shed not a bit of light on the mystery of consciousness, since the machine knew on that score neither more nor less than people. A noted physicist present at this experiment observed that what might think as a man would still know as much about the mechanism of its thought as did a man, i.e., nothing. Whether out of malice or to console them in their disappointment, he told the triumphant but crestfallen scientists that people of his field had experienced a similar difficulty when more than a century ago they had resolved to pin matter down, to force it to reveal whether it was basically a particle or a wave. Unfortunately, matter turned out to be double-dealing, two-faced, clouding the results of the investigation with the statements that it was this and it was that. In the crossfire of subsequent experiments, it befuddled the physicists completely because the more they discovered, the less they discovered jibed not only with common sense but with logic itself. At last they had to accept matter's testimony that particles were to some extent waves, and waves particles, that a perfect vacuum was no perfect vacuum, packed with virtual particles that pretended not to exist, that energy could be negative, and therefore there could be less energy than none at all, that mesons, in the interval of Heisenberg's uncertainty, played tricks that broke the sacred laws of conservation, but so quickly no one caught them in the act. The fact was, the famous Nobel Prize-winning physicist said to comfort them, that the world, when questioned as to its ultimate nature, declined to give final answers, though it was now possible to wield gravitation like a club. Still no one knew what gravitation really was. A machine might behave then as if it had consciousness, but in order to determine if it had the same consciousness as a man, one would have to transform oneself into that very machine. In science, restraint was necessary. There were questions that one was not allowed to put to the world, and he who nevertheless put them was like one who complained about a mirror whose reflection repeated his every movement, but refused to reveal to him the volitional reason behind those movements. And yet we used mirrors, quantum mechanics, sidereal physics, and computers, and derived no little benefit from them. More than once Tempeh had dropped in on Gerbert to hear gossip on matters of public interest, such as the relationship of the crew to Deuce. This time he visited the physician privately, as a patient. He was uncomfortable about confiding even to the man who had returned his life to him, or perhaps that was the reason, as if he felt he already owed him too much. In general, Tempeh was close-mouthed with Gerbert. He had been guarded ever since Lager, on the Eurydice, had told him the secret of the two doctors, the sense of guilt that never left them. It was not the despair that drove him to make this visit, but the fact that it had descended from nowhere suddenly like an illness, and that he was not sure now that he would be able to continue without carrying out the duties assigned him. This he did not have the right to conceal. What the decision to come cost him, he realized only when he opened the door. At the sight of the empty cabin he felt tremendous relief. Although the ship was not accelerating and there was weightlessness, the captain had ordered everything to be prepared for a gravitational jump, possible at any moment, so movable objects everywhere were secured and personal items locked away in the wall compartments. In spite of this, Tempeh found the cabin a mess. Books, papers, piles of photographs lay in a disarray, unlike Gerbert's usual painstaking neatness, which bordered on the pedantic. He saw Gerbert through the wall window. The physician, kneeling in his garden on the other side of the pane, was putting plastic covers on the cacti. This was how he was preparing. Tempeh took the corridor to the greenhouse and muttered a few words in greeting. The other, not turning around, unbuckled the belt that kept his knees on the ground, real ground, and floated up to where his guest was floating. Along the opposite wall, on a sloping net, climbed plants with small woolly leaves. Tempeh had wanted to ask more than once what the vine was called. He knew nothing of botany, but somehow always forgot. The physician, without a word, threw the spade he was holding so that it stuck in the lawn and used the force that he thereby gave himself to pull the pilot by the shoulder. Both went sailing into a corner where amid a clump of hazels were wicker chairs, as in an arbor, except that the chairs had safety belts. When they sat, and Tempeh was undecided how to begin, the physician said that he had been expecting him, but that should have come as no surprise. Deuce watches over us all. Data about one's mental health were not obtainable directly by machines so as to avoid the Hicks syndrome, a feeling of complete dependence on the ship's main computer, a feeling that could cause the very thing psychiatric surveillance was supposed to prevent, a persecution complex, and other paranoid delusions. Besides the psychonicists, no one knew what to extent each man was psychologically read by the monitoring program that was called the Ghost of Aesculapius in the machine. This was simple enough to find out, but it was maintained that even the psychonicists did not bear up well under the information when it concerned themselves. The knowledge could be particularly damaging to a crew during long journeys. Deuce, like any computer, was programmed in such a way that there could develop in it no trace of personal identity. It was a nonentity that observed continuously, and in presenting its diagnosis, was no more a man than it was a thermometer for measuring a fever. Of course, the determination of the body's temperature did not cause the projectional defense mechanisms that were triggered by the measurement of one's psyche. Nothing was closer to us, and nothing so much concealed by us from the world as the intimate feelings of our inner self, and now here was an apparatus more lifeless than an Egyptian mummy, able to see that inner self, to peer into all its nooks and crannies. For the layman, this smacked of mind-reading. There was no telepathy involved, of course. The machine simply knew of the individual entrusted to its care better than did the individual himself, along with the 20 psychologists. Based on examinations done prior to the activation, the machine made a parametric system simulating the mental norm of each member of the crew and used that as a model. Moreover, it was omnipresent on the ship. With its sensors and terminals, it learned perhaps the most about its charges while they slept. From the rhythm of their breathing, their rapid eye movements, even the chemical composition of their sweat, because each man sweats in a unique way, and the finest bloodhound is no match for the olfactometer of such a computer. And a dog, besides its sense of smell, has no diagnostic skill. Yes, in diagnosis, computers had beaten the physicians, as they had conquered the chess players, but we used them as assistants, not as doctors of medicine, because people had more faith in people than in automata. In short, Gerbert said this unhurriedly, rubbing between his fingers a hazel leaf pulled from a branch. Deuce had accompanied Tempe discreetly on his outings, which he considered to be the symptoms of a crisis. What crisis now? The pilot retorted, annoyed. A total doubt, it says, in the sense of our Siphian efforts. That we have no chance of contact? In the capacity of a psychiatrist, Deuce is not concerned with the chance of contact, only with the meaning we attribute to it. According to Deuce, you no longer believe in the value of your idea, the cartoons, or, for that matter, in the value of communicating with Quinta, even if such a thing were to come about. What do you say to that? The pilot felt such heaviness, it was as if he had been immobilized. It's listening to us? Of course. Look, don't be so down on the mouth. I haven't told you anything you didn't already know. No, wait, don't talk yet. You knew, but at the same time you didn't know, because you didn't want to know. It's a typical defensive reaction. You're no exception, Mark. You asked me once back on the Eurydice why we had this, and if it wasn't possible to do without it. You remember? Yes. So you see, I told you that according to the statistics, expeditions under constant psychological surveillance had a better chance of success than those without it. I even showed you the figures. The argument was irrefutable, so you did what everyone does. You suppressed it. Well, how is that for a diagnosis? Does it fit? It fits, said the pilot. He held the strap across his chest with both hands. The hazel grove softly rustled above them in the gentle breeze, an artificial breeze. I don't know how Deuce was able, but never mind. Yes, it's true. I guess I've been carrying this around with me for some time. I'm not comfortable thinking in words. Words for me are somehow too slow when a man needs to get his bearings quickly. No doubt it's an old habit from before the Eurydice, but if I have to, I have to. We're beating our heads against a wall. We may break through it. But then what? What can we talk about with them? What can they have to say to us? Yes, I'm sure that cartoon business entered my head as a dodge, to buy us time. It wasn't out of hope, escapism maybe, to go forward, staying in one place. He fell silent, unable to find the words. The hazels swayed about them. The pilot opened his mouth but said nothing. And if they decided to land one scout there, would you go? Sorry, you would go? Asked the physician after a long pause. Absolutely, he said at once, and then thinking added with surprise, and how could I not? That's why we're here after all. It might be a trap, Herbert said, so softly it was almost as if he wished to hide the remark from the omnipresent Deuce, or so at least thought the pilot, but immediately dismissed the idea as nonsense. Then the pilot saw in the next instant that this was a symptom of his own abnormality. He was ascribing evil to Deuce, or if not evil, a kind of enmity, as if they had not only the Quintons against them, but their own computer. It might be a trap, he agreed, like a delayed echo. Yes, of course. And you would go, nevertheless? If Steerguard gives me the chance, it hasn't been discussed yet. If they reply at all, Automata will be sent down first, according to our program, Gerbert said. But they will have a program of their own, don't you think? Definitely. For the first man, they'll prepare children with flowers and a red carpet. The Automata they won't touch. That would be too stupid, from their point of view. It's us they want to put in a box. You think that, and you still want to go? The pilot's lips twitched. He smiled. Doctor, I am no glutton for martyrdom, but you confuse two things. What I personally think and who sent us here and why. It doesn't do to argue with the captain when he's hauling you over the coals. And do you think, Doctor, that if I don't return he'll ask the priest to pray for my soul? I bet he would, as ridiculous as it sounds. Gerbert stared, amazed at the young man's beaming face. Then there would be a retaliation, he said, not only monstrous but meaningless. He wouldn't bring you back to life by striking, and we certainly were not sent here to wipe out an alien civilization. But how do you reconcile the two things? The pilot stopped smiling. I'm a coward because I didn't have the courage to confess to you that I no longer believe in the possibility of contact. But I'm not so much a coward as to shirk my duty. Steerguard has his task, and I will not abandon it either. You yourself consider that task impossible. Only if we go by the original assumptions, we were all supposed to communicate, not fight. They refused in their own way, with an attack, with more than one. Such a consistent refusal also is a communication. It is an expression of will. If Hades had swallowed the Eurydice, Steerguard certainly wouldn't have tried blowing it up for that. With Quinta, it's different. We knocked at their door because that's what Earth wanted. If they didn't open, we'll blow up the door. But behind it, we may find nothing that Earth expects. That's what I'm afraid of. But blow up that door we must, for otherwise we won't be carrying out Earth's orders. You said, Doctor, that this would be monstrous, meaningless. You're right. We were given a task. At present it seems impossible, but if people of the Stone Age had stuck only to what seemed possible, we'd still be sitting in caves today. Then you do still hope? I don't know. All I know is, if it becomes necessary, I'll manage without hope. He stopped, frowned, looked embarrassed. You pulled things out of me, Doctor, that I shouldn't have said, but I myself put my foot in it with that Nemo me impune licet at the captain's, and he was right to criticize me because there are duties that one carries out but doesn't brag about, because there's nothing to brag about. But what did Deuce say about me? Depression? Claustrophobia? Fatalism? No, those are obsolete terms. Do you know what the group Higgs complex is? I read a little about it on the Eurydice. A death wish? No, it was something else, a kind of self-destructive desperation. More or less. It's complicated, involves a lot of things. Did Deuce say that I was unfit to... Deuce cannot remove anyone from his post, you know that. It can disqualify through diagnosis, but no more than that. Decisions are made by the captain in conjunction with me, and if either one of us falls victim to a psychosis, the rest of the crew can assume command. So far, there is no psychosis. I only wish that you weren't so all-fired eager to land. The pilot unbuckled his belt and floated slowly upward. So that the artificial breeze would not carry him away, he held on to a hazel branch. Doctor, you're mistaken. You induce. The current of air pushed at him so much the entire shrub began to bend. Not wanting to uproot it, the pilot released the branch. He called out, flying toward the door. Logger, on the Eurydice said to me, you'll see the Quintons. That's why I came. The ship jerked. Tempeh was instantly aware. The wall of the greenhouse rushed at him. He twisted around in midair like a falling cat to break the impact, slid down the wall to the ground, which now pushed up hard beneath his feet. By flexing his knees, he could approximate the acceleration. It was not that great. Something in any case had happened. The corridor was empty, the sirens silent, but the voice of Deuce came from all sides. Man your stations, Quinta has answered. Man your stations, Quinta has answered. Not waiting for Gerbert, he jumped into the nearest elevator. It creaked, took ages. The passing decks cast light, one after another. The floor pressed more strongly. The Hermes now was accelerating over 1G, but not by more, he thought, than half a G. In the upper control room, sunk in deep grabbed seats with raised headrests, were Harak, Rotmont, Nakamura, and Polisar, while Steergard, leaning heavily on railing of the main monitor, watched, as they all watched, the green words that marched across the screen. We guarantee your safety on our neutral territory, 46th degree latitude, 139th longitude, our spaceport according your grid of Mercator. We are sovereign neutral. Our neighbors alerted have approved approach of your probes without prior conditions. Give us via neodymium laser time of arrival of your lander in units of planet revolution binary notation. We await, we welcome you. Steergard ran the whole message again for Gerbert and the monk as soon as they appeared. Then he sat in his chair and turned it to face the company. We received this answer a few minutes ago from the point mentioned. It flashes having a solar spectrum. Jokichi, was it a mirror? Probably. The light is non-coherent through the window in the clouds. If it's a simple mirror, the area must be at least several hectares. Curious, the solar laser received these flashes? No, they were aimed at us. Interesting. What angular magnitude does the Hermes now have seen from the planet? An arc of several hundredths of a second. Even more interesting, the light wasn't collimated? It was, but weakly, as with a parabolic mirror, or a series of flat mirrors positioned as required over a considerable area. It means that they knew where to find us. But how did they know? No one spoke. I'd like an opinion. They might have observed us when we launched the soul laser, offered El Salam. Tempeh had not noticed him until now. The physicist spoke from the lower control room. That was 40 hours ago, and since then we have been moving without the drive, Polisar objected. Let's put that aside for the moment. Who has faith in this gracious invitation? No one? That is the most curious thing of all. It is too good to be true, came a voice from overhead. Kirsting stood on the railed walkway. Although, on the other hand, if it's a trap, they might have come up with one less primitive. We'll see. The captain rose. The Hermes went so evenly that the gravimeters all registered one, as if the vessel were at rest and docked on Earth. Attention everyone, Polisar will feed Deuce the Chapter 19 program banks. El Salam will turn off the soul laser and set the mask on it. Where is Rotmont? Good, prepare 2 heavy landers. The pilots and Dr. Nakamura will remain in control room, and I'm going to take a quick bath and be back in a minute. Harak, Tempeh, make sure that everything doesn't like 10 Gs is well anchored. Without my permission, no one is allowed down in navigation. That is all. Steerguard went around to all consoles, and seeing that only the pilots had left their places, called from the door. Doctors, please, to their stations. In a moment the control room was emptied. Harak changed his seat, and running his fingers over the keys, checked the condition of all the units from prow to stern on the lit-up diagrams of the interoceptors. Tempeh was not needed there. He went over to the Japanese who was examining the spectra of the Quinton signaling flashes on the table viewer. Tempeh asked him what this Chapter 19 program was. Harak inclined an ear because he had never heard of it either. Nakamura looked up from the viewer and shook his head ruefully. Father, Arago will be distressed. We're going over to a state of war? What's Chapter 19? Tempeh asked again. The contents of the keel holds no longer remain a secret, gentlemen. The one that's locked? Then there aren't striders there? No. It contains a surprise for everyone, for Deuce even, with the exception of the captain and my humble self. Seeing the astonishment of the pilots, he added, SETI headquarters considered it advisable, gentlemen. Each of you took simulation training and landing solo. Each of you could therefore find himself in the situation, let us say, of a hostage. And Deuce? It's a machine. Computers of the last generation can be broken into, even by remote, and have all their programs dumped. But to house a couple of special memory banks surely doesn't take an entire loading bay. The banks are not there, the Hermes is there, a kind of mock-up of the Hermes, beautifully, very carefully made, to serve, let us say, as bait. And that reserve program? The Japanese sighed. An illusion, ancient, closer to you than to me. Chapter 19 of the Book of Genesis, Sodom and Gomorrah. Unpleasant, especially for our apostolic delegate. I feel sorry for him. Sodom and Gomorrah. Usually when the ship moved under its own power, everyone on board, and especially in the mess hall, fell into a better mood because one could forget, at least during meals, about the Gordian knot that was tightening around them more and more. The fact that one could sit at a table, pass dishes of food, pour soup into bowls and beer into glasses with no trouble, use a salt shaker, sugar one's coffee with a spoon. This was liberation from the practices made necessary by weightlessness. The severing of the bonds of gravity, as has been said 1,000 times, makes of a man's habits and of his body as well a laughing-stock at every turn. An absent-minded astronaut was an astronaut covered with bumps and bruises, spilling all sorts of things on himself and on his clothes, and always flying across the cabin after escaping papers. When he found himself in a large area without propulsion materials, he was a creature more helpless than an infant, because one could not claw one's way out of being suspended in midair. Those caught in such straits saved themselves by resorting to throwing wristwatches, and if wristwatches did not suffice, jackets or sweaters. The laws of Newtonian mechanics allowed no exceptions. If an outside force did not act upon a body at rest, only the rule of action and reaction would ever move it. Back in the time when he still cracked jokes, Harak once said that the perfect murder could be committed in orbit, and it was doubtful that any court would convict the killer because all one had to do was get the intended victim to strip for a bath and then give him a light push with a finger, just enough to make him hang between the floor, walls, and ceiling, where he would turn until he died of hunger. The killer could tell the judge that he had gone for a towel but got sidetracked. The failure to provide a towel was no crime, and as everyone knew, nullium crimen sine lege. The penal code had not taken into account weightlessness and its criminal possibilities. After the carrying out of the new orders, which Tempeh referred to as state of war, The mood, even at the evening meal, did not improve. One might have taken the mess hall for the refectory of a monastery under a strict rule of silence. They ate, not particularly aware of what they ate, leaving that problem entirely to their stomachs, because they were digesting what Steergard had told them that afternoon. He had presented his plan of action, speaking so softly that he was barely audible. Anyone who knew him knew that this cold calm signified a rage. The invitation is a trap. If I am mistaken, which I hope I am, contact will take place. I do not see, however, any reason to be optimistic. The existence of a neutral government on a planet in the grip of at least 100 years of cosmic war is possible, but it is not possible that a guest from outer space could be received without the consent of the warring parties. According to the message, that consent was given. I tried turning the situation around, that is to imagine that we were one of the command centers of Quinta, and faced with the problem of how to respond to the appeal issued by the intruder to the population at large. Such a command center by now knows a lot about the intruder, and knows that the intruder cannot be eliminated in space, having already attempted to do so, that with the means at its disposal. Though possibly there are means remaining, it knows that the intruder is not truly aggressive, for although the intruder tried to force contact by a show of strength, it made the target of that show the unpopulated moon, whereas, with much less expenditure of energy, it could have struck the ice ring, which is on the verge of collapse anyway. It also knows, obviously, that it alone, or it in temporary alliance with its enemies, was the main culprit responsible for the selenoclasm and the catastrophic consequences. I must know this, I repeat, because it is not possible to conduct military operations on an interplanetary scale without the help of competent scientists. The rest of the command center's knowledge is circumstantial. Long before mastering gravitation, one learns its properties to the extremes of the black holes. The way we repulsed their nocturnal attack was a surprise for them. If, however, they have physicists work anything at all, they will realize that a gravitational defense for a ship landed on the planet is just as suicidal as a gravitational offensive. The ship could not produce, relativistically, a coherent gravity field of such a configuration without destroying both itself and the planet. I am sending 2 landers to the designated area and expect that they will find no threat, none whatever. If the Quentins wish to lure the Hermes to the planet, then the landers will return. Nor will they return empty-handed. Something is already being staged for their benefit in order to allay our fears and whet our interest. The hospitable Quentins will declare that true contact means a coming together of living beings, not of machines, which cannot be denied. Therefore, if things proceed roughly, as I have said, the Hermes will land, and then the matter will be settled once and for all. Once we recover the landers, though without taking them on board, because after everything that has happened, I would rather err 100 times on the side of caution than allow a single oversight, we will announce our arrival. Now to the details of the operation. After dispatching the landers, we move at medium power from Quinta to Sexta. Both, to our advantage, are in similar opposition to the Sun. Our probes have already studied Sexta, and we know that it is an airless globe with a high seismic activity and therefore has not lent itself either to colonization or to the establishment of military bases. Such bases would be threatened more by the planet itself than by the enemy. We enter the shadow of Sexta, and the Hermes that emerges will be completely indistinguishable from our ship at a distance. Up close, it's another story, but I think they will not interfere with it before entry into the atmosphere. Considering sidereal physics, they could safely attack it in the ionosphere, but I don't believe they will. The ship will be a prize far more valuable if it makes a soft, normal landing than if it is shattered. And 2, it will offer less resistance on the ground. A ship descending stern first, firing, has chances of maneuvering, escaping. That Hermes will send and receive radio signals and will have an engine enabling it to land, though, granted, only once. There will be no direct communication between it and us, and then, depending on how it is greeted, we will respond. Sodom and Gomorrah? Asked Arago. Stiergard looked at the monk a while before answering, with undisguised rancor. We are sticking to the Holy Scriptures, Your Reverence, but availing ourselves of the first edition only. The new edition no longer applies because we have already turned the other cheek more than once. The matter is not open to discussion. There's no point, since we won't be the ones choosing between the Old and New Testaments. They will. Is the Solazer returned? Al-Salam said that it was, and Deuce is now on chapter 19? Good. Now let's take up the matter of the landers. Rotmont and Nakamura will be in charge of that, but after dinner. No one saw the landers take off. Launched at midnight on automatic, they made straight for Quinta, while the Hermes turned its back on them and accelerated, reaching Sexta 70 million kilometers distant. Would take almost 80 hours at hyperbolic speed. In the electronics labs, production began of dispersants, until now not deployed in the reconnaissance. These, also called bees' eyes, were a swarm of millions of microscopic crystals. Scattered in 1,000,000 cubic miles of space around Sexta, they would serve as the Hermes vision. Dispersed in the wake of the ship, they were its invisible remote control eyes. On Earth, they had been used in aerial photography. Each crystal, smaller than a grain of sand, a transparent needle, corresponded to a single automatedium, an optic cone of a bee's compound eye. The Hermes pulled this seeing tail after itself to go behind Sexta and from there observe the fate of its computerized envoys. Also, after covering an appropriate distance, the ship ejected television probes with a great show of flame, its official eyes, which the Quintans could and were even supposed to notice. In the control room, it was Tempe's watch. He checked the course in the growing crescent of Sexta on the monitor screens and glanced now and then at Harak, who was standing at his side talking angrily. Lately, Harak seemed to flare up over the most inconsequential things. He would drop in on Tempe and hold forth at length, fuming. Tempe did not interrupt the man, not wanting to agitate him more. Besides, they were not alone. In the control room, too, Deuce was watching over them. Tempe was not expert enough in computer architecture to be certain that a machine so quick, intelligent, and retentive did not have a trace of personal identity. The assurances of the textbooks and the experts did not convince him. He would have preferred to convince himself, but did not know how. But then there were more serious things on his mind. Did Nakamura truly sympathize with Father Arago? Tempe shivered at the thought of being in apostolic delegate's shoes. Arago, meanwhile, following the captain's suggestion, was considering with Gerbert the question of whether or not it was possible for the Quintans to deduce the biology of men from the landers the men constructed. Although the landers had been meticulously sterilized before being dispatched to the planet, so that on their surfaces there would be not one epidermal cell from a finger, not one bacterium of the kind that the human organism could never rid itself of entirely, and although they were automata built without human hands, and their energy feeders and equipment for information exchange corresponded to terrestrial technology of 80 years before, Stiergard had no intention of taking the electronic envoys on board when they returned. He considered that too risky. The first artifacts that the Hermes captured had shown the Quintans astounding ability in parasite engineering. The landers then, besides bringing important innocent information, could also bring destruction, not in the form of microbes attacking at once, but of viruses or ultraviruses with long incubation period. He therefore asked the doctors and Kirsting to come up with countermeasures. The neutral government that had communicated with them agreed to the arrival of the landers, but in the course of further negotiations stipulated that the landers could not remain in contact with the Hermes, for that condition was imposed by the neighboring parties. The planet, swallowing both probes with its atmosphere, wrapped itself in a curtain of intensified noise on all wavelengths. Had the men equipped the envoys with lasers able to pierce that shield of noise, They would have broken the accepted condition. It would have been even more obvious for the Hermes to poke at the sea of clouds and the radio chaos with its own lasers. Nothing remained but to watch Quinta from behind Sexta via clouds of holographic eyes. The operation was synchronized so that the two landers, sinking slowly toward the horizon, would reach Quinta just as the Hermes entered the shadow of Sexta. Everyone gathered in the control room and waited for the critical moment. The planet, white with clouds, filled the main screen. Clearly visible were the swarms of combat satellites that crossed its featureless face as black dots. To be able to observe the entry of both rockets into the atmosphere, sodium and technetium had been added to their hypergolic fuel. The first colored the exhaust flame a bright yellow, the second tagged it with a spectral line not found in the spectra of the local sun or the Quintan orbiters. When the rockets plunged into the clouds, the threads of fire from the air friction and the retros began to diffuse. Then the billions of eyes spread in an unseen tail a million miles in the wake of the Hermes, focused along the tangent on the point of the planned landing, and not in vain. Settling on hard ground in the space of several seconds, both vessels announced the conclusion of their flight with a double blaze of sodium, intentionally modulated, which immediately faded out. With this operation entered the next stage. The bottom armor of the Hermes split in half into two giant arched gates, and from that open sesame crane arms pushed out into space an enormous metal cylinder that was to be the laboratory quarantine for the probes. Harak seemed especially pleased with the stratagem. The others approved of Steergard's tactic and willingly pitched in, but they did so without enthusiasm. There was nothing to rejoice about. The first pilot, on the other hand, did not bother to conceal his evil glee that they were going to take that war-loving of a planet by the throat. He could hardly wait for the return of the plague-carrying landers, as if the whole point of the expedition was a brutal clash. Listening to the man go on and on, Tempe made little comment, thinking about the psychological changes in Harak that Deuce must be taking note of, and felt ashamed of his colleague, even though at times he too was unable to say which he would have preferred, for the deep anger that had been building in the crew to turn out to be without foundation, or for them to force upon the crew the worst of all possible decisions. Yes, he himself now saw the civilization as an enemy, whose absolute evil justified the steps the men were taking. Nothing now was cloaked in secrecy. The soul laser, extinguished and masked before, was being charged with solar energy, not for signaling, but to deal laser blows. After 48 hours, the holographic cloud announced that the envoys were returning. The two landers were supposed to signal in the ultra-shortwave band when they were outside the orbit of the drifting fragments of the moon, but only one did clearly. To the pilots he entrusted the launching of the fake Hermes into a solar trajectory. To the physicists, the receiving of the landers in the cylindrical chamber, which was some 50 miles away from the Hermes, and he put the physicians and Kirsting in charge of the biological examination of those landers, provided that the second group gave the go-ahead. Though thus divided, the crew kept abreast of the total situation. Harak and Tempe tracking the hollow giant, which set off unhurriedly on its way, with the fires from the robot welding still flickering across its hull, spoke by intercom with Nakamura's group, which was waiting for the landers. Polisar did not rule out the possibility of an ordinary malfunction in the babbling transmitter, but Harak was positive, would bet his right arm, that it was the work of the Quintans. The fact was, Harak wanted the treachery of the Quintans to come to light as soon as possible, and to be for everyone the last straw. Tempe said nothing, wondering how a man so obsessed would still function in the responsible position of first pilot. Apparently he could, seeing as Deuce had not yet informed the captain of Harak's condition, unless they had all of them fallen into collective madness. The quarantine cylinder, in the glare of floodlights surrounding it, received the landers with an open maw. At their control center, the physicists, after automata performed the preliminary examination, could not decide whether the damaged lander had been damaged by an accident or by design. This infuriated Turok, who knew better. It was foul play, it was the Quintans. After an hour, however, it turned out that the probe had lost part of its antenna and its prow radiator in a collision with some small meteorite fragment or a piece of metal. Such a collision in that system was not unlikely. On the empty twin of the Hermes moving away, the final welds still glowed in the darkness. The pilots could start the drive as soon as the captain gave the order, but he did not call them. He was waiting for the report of the experts. In what condition had the landers returned? And most important, what information had they brought? The information turned out to be extremely interesting, and the landers, if one did not count that minor mishap, untouched and wholly uncontaminated. Hearing this, Harak could not help exclaiming, "Snakes!" But even in Saddam there was a lot, Tempeh pointed out. He was dying to know the new discoveries about Quinta, which somehow were taking forever to reach the control room. Finally, Nakamura took pity on the pilots and showed them on a projector the results of the lander reconnaissance as transmitted from the quarantine cylinder. He began with the cartoons that the soul laser beamed up to the planet. Then followed a long sequence of landscapes, nature preserves, possibly untouched by civilization, seashores, waves breaking on sand, red sunsets and low clouds, mountain forests a much darker green than the foliage on Earth. The enormous crowns of the trees were almost navy blue. Against this continually changing background shone letters: "Acceptance of your rocket missile of mass limit 300,000 tons metric. Agreed upon with guarantee of your passivity, your goodwill. This is spaceport." Out of a heavy green mist emerged a vast surface, seen from great height. It gleamed dully, like a frozen mercury. Incredibly slender needles stood upon it at regular intervals like pieces on a chessboard, stalagmites immaculately white, sharply pointed and growing. Or rather, they issued upward, wrapped at their bases. I have to go. I'm sorry. I'll have to come back in a few minutes, or maybe not in a few minutes. Maybe in a few hours. I don't know. I'm sorry. I have to go.